Don't hold your breath. Hi, chat. Hold on, I gotta walk to the other spot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on, chat. I don't know if I could climb over this. Hold on. Oh, no. Microphone cord, no. Help. No, not HelloFresh either. Guys, no. We're not sponsored. Hold on. What if I pivot? Oh, I'm cooking. Chat, if I pivot the chair... if I pivot the chair, I think it works. Hold on, that's too loud for me. Is that loud for you guys? No, it's just loud for me. Hold on. I'm climbing over the microphone cord. I need to take a picture for you guys sometime. What? Oh, that doesn't work. Hold on. Hold on. Sonar. Turning that down. Yeah. I should probably set this to auxiliary, shouldn't I? God damn it, it moves OBS too. God damn it. Okay. That's fine. No, not NordVPN. Use Molvad. Hold on. Okay. Hi, chat. Hello. I don't have to rock climb into my chair. No, Hi, chat. Good morning. Is this okay? It's gonna be a little echoey, but is this better? Hello. Hello, chat. I'm like right up on the microphone now. Hopefully this is a little better. Hi, chat. Welcome to a sewing stream. Hello. Unfortunately, the microphone isn't set for this kind of like rumbling and stuff, so let me know if it's okay, because this is the first time we're doing this with the mic settings. Oh no, my headphone cord is wrapped. So, if you weren't here the last time, also my nose is running because of course. Alright. Hi, chat. If you weren't here the last time, I have... Put it closer, make my speaker's base up. No. I put my chair in front of my workstation. Hi. On this side is the cord for the camera. On this side is the cord for my headset and the microphone. What's really nice is the cord for the camera I have an extender for. The problem is I don't have one for the microphone. And the microphone has to wrap around the back of my desk and come up over here to the other side of the room to my workstation. So it doesn't completely hit the floor, so it's about a good, how tall is this? It goes up a good bit. Considered using a lapel mic? Vaguely, but then I have to set it up. It's like a whole thing. Because then I'm still going to have to travel over 2 cords anyway, because I don't have a camera that's wireless. That was useful. I tried looking them up. There was no way that that was going to work. And, my headset as well is wired. Like, I could get a wireless one, but honestly, because of the way that this place is set up, and I'm directly next to a bunch of cars, that means the Bluetooth is going to constantly disconnect. Because every time I do it with my phone, because my motherboard does have Bluetooth capabilities, it disconnects all the time. Because 1, it's old, and 2, all the cars going past with their Bluetooth creates interference, and then it tries to pick up their Bluetooth, and it's a whole thing. So yes, but no. I just have to deal with it. That's what it's coming down to. Hi, Cap'n. I mean, technically, I don't even need the headset. It's just for alerts and stuff, so... No, not new PC funds. I don't need a new PC. No. I mean, I do need a new PC, but that's gonna come later. Fortunately, right now, the PC works. That's the most important bit. I am starting to save up because I need to get a new processor and a new motherboard, because this motherboard is from 2019. So, what I need to do is, at this point, just build a whole new computer. They are. They're sparkly purple. So this is actually black. Okay, so this is actually black. And it's, I think it's called I Got Cake. I think it's one of the special edition ones. And it turns it purple and it puts these sparkles on it. Isn't that cool? So now it's purplish. It's got like a sheen. Let's put an IBM laptop. I don't need a laptop. The tripod. So actually, Pura sent me one. The problem is it's meant for a Nikon, which I can't get the Nikon that I have, the DSLR, to work properly with my computer. I don't know if it's because of the cord. I don't know if it's because of the camera. But it really doesn't work out as well as you can. Like, the tripod is great. The tripod is literally just a tripod. It's the camera itself that's the problem. Now, I didn't buy the camera. That one was a friend of mine went, hey, I'm not using this. Do you want it? And I said, no. And she goes, okay, well, you're taking it anyway. So I got bequeathed a Nikon camera that I think is on loan. But I'm not sure, so I don't want to go getting a whole bunch of peripherals and stuff for it. If I'm just gonna have to give it back anyway. What do you mean, ew, Nikon? It works. That's the important part. It's actually over here. Isn't it? It's, somewhere. I think it might be actually be in the ottoman underneath me. But I only use it for product photos, and sometimes when we go out, I'll take the camera with me. And that's about it. Like, I'm not doing anything professionally or anything like that. So, it works, and that's the important part. But, I was talking with Pura about it. Apparently, you need a capture card to plug it into, because otherwise there's a delay of approximately, like, 5 minutes. Because of the way that it encodes everything. So, you can't actually properly plug it in. So then instead I have to get a capture card. Do you see the problem? Everything needs another peripheral in order for it to work. So this was the best thing, because guess what, guys? It's just a USB. I don't have to get anything else. Hi, chat. Welcome to a mess. Chat, if you didn't see, down at the bottom corner, you'll actually see one of Riley's Snoofs. That's what we're making today. Yeah, so the camera's USB, the microphone is USB, because I don't have a proper mixer or an input. The last microphone that I had an input, and it kept buzzing all the time when I would use it. Not while I was streaming, but when I would typically use it. So I got mad at it, so instead I found a better USB mic. It just means that you have to put some good filters on it, you have to put noise reduction, things like that. So that's why it sounds like this, chat. That's also why I'm a little bit more rumbly, but that is how I am in real life. So, people will tell you. No, that's not the lo-fi. Buzzing, yeah, so it was the microphone itself. It would buzz through the auxiliary cord we figured out finally, because it was going into a totally different box. Because in order for it to work, I couldn't plug it directly into the back of the computer, so it had to have its own little, like, power thing? It was so weird. This was also back in 2013, so a lot of the microphones and stuff that you would get for home was either going to be super duper hyper expensive professional, or it was going to be really cheap and cruddy. So, yeah. People tell us a lot, I know. But hi, chat. Welcome. I didn't cut out anything. So we're here. We're working. I got new gloves because the crafting place is going out of business, the one that I used to work at. And I know these are good gloves, so I got an extra pair, and they're black. Look at that. It was purely on accident. But now we don't have the crummy brown ones that are falling apart, so I have 2 sets now. They're nice and warm and comfy. Chat, let's get to work. So, as you see at the bottom of the corner, I know, it doesn't move. I tried to put in the moving one, but then it kept getting, I think it was only like a 5-second loop. So, I feel like this one was easier. But chat, it's Riley's birthday today. And I had promised Riley that I would make one of the Snoofs. If you haven't seen, Riley has the little creatures that walk around in the bottom of your screen, the little stream pet thing. It wigs me out, so I'll never get one. But Riley sits there and, like, makes all of these, and they're really cool. So, instead, chat, we're gonna make one of those. So, welcome. I'm gonna show you guys how to draft a pattern through paper, because we haven't done that yet. Chat, look at this pattern. You may recognize this. That's because that's what we used for the pig. So this is the exact same pattern. So this is the circle and everything. This is the two sides. We're gonna change this up this time. So now, instead of it facing this way, where you have the face up here, you have the butt up here, we're gonna do it this way. So this side will be the face, and this side will be the back. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna use this little guy as our little basis. It's a hog. It is indeed a hog. It's a pygmy, though. It's a pig at the end of the day. But we're going to use this as our basis of trying to figure out what we need to do. So this is the previous ear pattern that I had made. So we just went ahead and stitched this on. What I think I might do this time... No, pygmy, N-I. That's what it's called. But we need to add some ears. So those are going to go here. I think I'm going to try and stitch it into the seam. Not peg me. No, no, no. And then we'll put the other one over here, so that should take care of the two ears. So, we got that, and we gotta try and figure out how to put on the face over here. I don't think we're gonna do separate eyes again, but we'll see. I might have to, depending. But there is no pupil or anything like that, so I don't think we have to. I'm trying to look at the picture. I also can't see it from here. And there's like a little piece here for the belly. Which I think we could probably go up to about where the ear starts here. I don't know, chat. Alright, let's start placing. So, have you taken my 13,000 meds? No, I had to stop taking my morning ones because I was getting too sick, so I was advised to stop taking them temporarily, and I'm gonna go back on them later. So let's see, chat. So we know based off of this, it's gonna have to go over one of these stitch lines. So that's gonna be right about here. So this is called a dart, if you've never seen it before. So this is what actually creates this bulbous shape. So it just kind of disappears like this little stitch. So what I think I might have to do is we might have to sew this down first and then add the little piece after it. So this is essentially what we're doing. So this is going to be the belly. So I think if we do that first and then add the belly on after, I think it might be easier and we might be able to keep this shape. Otherwise, we got to get rid of the dart and I don't want to do that. But I think if we do like this... And I think... Chad, it has eyebrows, right? I can't really see it from over here because it's all the way on the other side of the room because I didn't grab the tablet. Because I think if we do... Hold on. Hold on, chat. I got an idea. We're gonna have some scissor action. Hi, Torque. I know, welcome to Sewing Machine Simulator. Which apparently is about people in prison. I don't know, somebody might be pulling my leg, to be fair. Here, we're just gonna get rid of this. Then we'll know where the bottom is. You are indeed in time for scissoring. So these are my paper scissors. I don't use these on anything else but paper. There's no Minecraft in this hell. Alright. Let's do this. Okay. We'll keep the other side for now. Now, you may be wondering why I have a blank sheet of paper. That's because after we draw this out and we figure out where exactly everything's going to be, I'm going to put it onto here and then I can keep them. And then if Riley goes later, hey, can you make me another one? I've already got the pattern. So I won't have to make it again. Alright. Do that. We'll do that. Chat, this is the same one that we used for Pygmy. This is by Plush Mayhem, who also makes about a lot of the bats. But she also does a lot of like really fun stuff like slimes and stuff. So this is actually a slime pattern. All right. So this is what it's gonna look like. Now we got a blank sheet. So I said let's go up to about here for the belly. How does that look? So it'll be kind of like here to here. That should be about even. When I go to cut it out, what I'll do is I'll just fold it so we know exactly where it'll be. No, we're not skinning a rabbit. No, no, no. I've already got all the fabric. I'm gonna use the honeydew color again. So I think if we do belly here, let's see, chat. Do I have a big picture of this? Hold on, I'm gonna lose you guys for a second. Do I have a bigger picture? Actually, is that an old version, chat? No, I think that's right. Hold on. Let me find... Oh my god, everybody has this stupid shit in their name and then I can't find them. Okay. No, I don't want new message. Oh my god. Chat, I wonder if it's easier for me just to go over and send it to myself. Chat, I think I'm gonna go over back to my computer. I'm gonna crawl out of this mayhem that I've created. I'm gonna send it to myself. Chat, I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Oh my god, I can't. Oh, I rolled over my cord. Alright, better. Hold on. I know rabbits don't have that texture. They're not rabbits, they're snoofs. Hold on. If I go here, don't switch. Okay. Alright, I can see that now. Okay. Much better. It is my first stream. How could you tell? Oh. Hold on. Pivot this. Alright, that's better. Okay. No, no, no. It's a snoof. Not a snoot. Snoof. Ah. Done. Okay. Chat, now I can actually look at the picture. I sent it to Critter because it was the only one I had open. So, save it. Okay. So we've got some fairly decent eyes. Why did I think it was just an outline? Yeah, a sloop. Yeah. Yeah, a Somer sloop. Yeah. Alright. Image complete. Just once. Okay. Now I can actually look at this. So we've got ears. I could use this exact same base pattern for the ears. That should work out well. I could probably make up a little bat wing pattern, or I think I have one already. And the tail wouldn't be too hard. We just have to make it so it only goes about halfway up, because if you notice, it doesn't go fully all the way up. Okay. We could do this, chat. The only problem is that my phone has to keep reconnecting to chat because, like I said, mobile sucks. Okay, there we go. Alright, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Did I keep this pattern? I don't think I did for the pygmy. Chat, how sad would you be if I ripped off his ears? How sad would you be if I ripped off his ears? Very? Shit. I'll find you. It would feel very empowering for this little guy. Like, I could put them back on. That wouldn't be the issue. Huh. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna draw it out then, chat. Alright. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alright, you stay over there. Okay. So, here's this. So, if this is gonna be this. So this will be the belly. We're gonna take one piece. Don't worry, I can put them back on. Would you leave me alone? He's fine. So this is just some extra paper. Okay. I'm gonna fold this on. How'd you feel if a witch ripped off your ears? Listen. I thought it would be funny if we did a frog. Why is the cult redeem off? Because it just eats your points. Alright, we're gonna give a little bit of leeway. Not Lee, but like leeway. Okay. So it goes up to here. And then we're gonna circle down. Now, where does the middle hit? Hits to here. So we're gonna put a mark here. Why not, Lee? Because we're not gonna hit you. Okay, so it should go like this. So, now when I cut this out, it should match on both sides. Okay. There we go. If you pay me enough, I'll let you hit me. Jesus Christ. Alright, so here's the belly. Okay. Just gonna trim it down a little bit. Okay. So here's what we'll do. Is this is gonna go like this. This is gonna be a little bit longer. So here to here. So this is gonna be what's gonna be called our seam allowance. So what this is gonna do is this is gonna stick inside of the plush so that we make sure that this is always gonna be the correct size. Okay? So this is belly. Cut 1. Okay? This is side. Cut 2. Or no, wait. I think this would be front and back. Ah! Okay. Front and back. Okay? So we only need one belly because obviously the other side isn't going to. We do get an allowance. We do. We get a small amount. It's not a lot, but we get a little bit. Okay, so that's that. That's important. We need to try and figure out the tail. So, we were looking at the tail. The tail goes up to about here, exactly where I started writing, as you could see. I know, it's super hard to see. Chat, do I need to make the Snoof bigger? Or is it okay? I think he's okay. So, previously, I made a tail for Rika. So, the easiest way to do this, to try and make it as bulbous as possible so that it actually shows up over here, so it would be kind of like this. I know I'm drawing on my desk, don't worry about it. So it would be kind of like this. What that means is we're probably going to have to either stitch it into this seam here so that this will be a little bit longer, or what we could do is we could do very similar to what we did with the pig, and we could just ladder stitch this on. Also, did the music stop? Why did it stop? Oh my god, chat, I have to get back up. Why did it get back? What? Why? Why did it reload? What did I do? Hold on. Oh my god. Alright, got it. It comes up with a little pop-up and it's like, oh my god, did you know that you could do a mixer? Chill hop, I don't want your mixer. I've been debating if we should go back to listening to like my music or something like that, but the problem is like nobody's gonna like my music. Because it's very eclectic, and I don't want to subject you guys to that. I just don't. Alright, so we got belly. So, how big will the body be? It'll be this size. No, eclectic. E-C-C-L-E... E-C-C-L-E-C-T-I... Eclectic? I-C? Eclectic? My merchant music will play it. Yes, thank you. That. Eclectic. Wide-ranging, kind of strange, cobbled together. That's what it means. Also, Riley did have a special request, because this isn't a surprise for Riley. We're actually going to do a trade. But I'm doing this specifically because it's Riley's birthday, and I thought it would be fun to do on stream. But Riley said that she would like a butt crack for her Snoof. So on the back chat, we have to make sure that I'm going to make a little tiny butt crack, exactly like how I did the nostrils over here. So we're going to have to stitch in a butt for the Snoof. So whereas this one just has a plain butt, the other one's going to have a full-on butt crack. That's what Riley wants, so that's what Riley gets. Alright, let's see. Let's cut out this other bit first. I'm not 3D printing a butt plug. Absolutely not. But you may be wondering what all this other paper was for. So one of the pattern makers just made a Stardew Valley chicken pattern. And I think if this wasn't gonna work, I think I was just gonna make a chicken. No, you're not printing anything, Critter. Don't 3D print a butt plug. What in a VTuber is a Snoof? It's, Riley's little creature. So you know how some streams have the little, like, stream pets that everybody can change up? I know Mamo has them, Riley has them, Fire has them. They're like little things that walk around at the bottom. You can't 3D print them, see? Guys, we're not 3D printing any of it, no. Alright, so that'll be the bottom. Okay, so I have some more paper on here. So, let's steal this. Chat, let's see if we can make the tail. So if this is gonna be the back, I kind of did something like this. So it was from like here. Yeah, it's like Kong for us. Wait, no, it's not like Kong for us, no. I don't want Kong running around on the bottom of the screen. Okay. So if this goes here... I'm trying to look at what I drew on the desk. Chat, I'm feral. Okay, here we go. So it goes like this. And like this. And like this. How does that look? Yeah, how's your finger cut? He's gonna go get the stitches out today. Let me look. Okay, so there is a tip on it. So, what I could do is we can add some more of the same color. So if I do this... That should be the tail, approximately, and we'd have to put it... So let's say this is the body. Okay. So this is the side of the body. Body. Side. So we're gonna do stitching here and here, and what that's gonna do is that's actually going to attach it to the back of the plush, similar to what we did over here with the ear, so that it'll make it stand up. So that's the tail, chat. We're not 3D printing the butt plug. Stop. Times 2. Tail. Accent. Color. But chat, I think what I want to do is I want to keep this pattern. And you can actually get, if you haven't seen, Riley does do custom Snoofs. You can use your channel points for them. I have one that's custom. So if somebody else wants theirs made, then I could just make theirs as well. There we go. That is not a funny birthday gift. So chat, here's the tail. What else do we need? We still need ears and eyes. The face, though, I think I may just embroider. Hand done on the machine. But I don't know what to do for the eyes just yet. So this is a little bit easier done than when you're doing, Oh, yeah, see? No, it matches what I drew on the table. Chad, I'm so good. It matches. I really did draw on the table. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Oh no, I'm making it worse. Oh no, I'm making it worse. Oh my god, it looks so bad. Oh no. Why is it so bad? Just come off the table. God damn it. And that's fine. I'll clean it later. I'm not 3D printing a table either. Hi, Shire. Alright, so we got bottom. Cut 1. Times 2. Cut. This is tail. We need an accent color on both of these, so times 2. Okay. Got belly, that. That's like my third message, was it? Oh my god, because you... Oh! Okay, because every time that I switch over to a different one, it doesn't show me all those messages in between. Riley who? That Riley. So see, if I switch back, and I go and I look, and I'm looking at the reference, and I'm like, oh, okay, so it needs this, it needs that, it needs bat wings, and then I switch back, it has to reset, and it loses half of the stuff that you guys sent since I left. Okay. We got the bottom, we got the front and the back, we got the tail, we got the belly. We need ears, and we need wings. So, chat. They kind of have small bat wings. Not like penis bat wings, but like bat wings. I think based off of this, I think I kind of want them to be... They're fairly small. They're not meant for flight. They're meant for cute. Hi, Shira. Let's try... I'm making Riley Snoof because it's Riley's birthday and I owe her a Snoof. Chat, you guys should all be following Riley if you aren't already. Riley's gonna do a special birthday stream a little later, and I probably will not be live by then. So, a Snoof is one of her stream pets. So you know how people have the little stream avatars that walk around on the bottom? That's what it's called, stream avatar. The little creatures that walk around on the bottom of the screen. She has little Snoofs. So it's the little thing in the corner. So... Are you in Samsung or is it a Chinese brand? No, it's Samsung. I can't get Huawei products, I think, over here very easily. What if... What if we do the eyes first, chat? Let's do the eyes first. So if this is this... I'm gonna switch again, I'm gonna lose you guys. So the eyes are pretty close together. They're a little bigger. Like that? That looks about right. So here's what I want to do. Now we know what size it should be. How can I stab this very carefully? Oh, chat, this is gonna be very dangerous. Don't do this. Oh, there we go. Alright, don't do as I do. So you may be wondering what I'm doing. This is precisely how I patterned the boobs for all of the VTuber dolls as well. Was I took the original, because it is an original pattern from Mon Pattern, but it didn't have any breasts on it, and quite a few of the people that we were doing were gonna look a little silly if I kept them flat-chested. Okay. So now we've cut out the eye. So I'm gonna take this, we're gonna put it over here. Something went wrong. Alright, cool. I lost everything. Chad, if you sent anything in the past 5 minutes, I'm sorry. I'm gonna very carefully put this here. We're gonna trace it. Okay. Alright, so now we got the eye. I'm gonna even this out a little bit so it doesn't look as funky. Okay. Yes, the fluffy bat in the bottom left. I know, that's why I put it on there so it's easier to describe. That's a snoof. It's a bat with a cat. It's a cat bat, but it's called a snoof. There we go. So see, now we've got the eye. So what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna put the little pupil. Okay. So it's literally just flip. So I don't actually have to do 2 of these. Could split screen your reference in Twitch chat? Like how? Oh, on the phone? But the problem is, okay. What am I split screening? I could. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's gonna make you guys like this. You guys are gonna be this small. Because the mobile app sucks. Hi, Jim. I know exactly what you're talking about. But the problem is then the entire screen gets smaller. Get better eyesight. Could do a pop-up? I could. I'm not gonna need it that frequently. Otherwise, I'd say yes. It's just because I'm stupid I didn't grab my roommate's tablet. Because I know he'd let me borrow it, but I'm stupid and I forgot to grab it. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is that little divot that we put in where the little eye socket pupil thing is gonna be. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna trim that out. It's very small. There we go. So now what I could do when I go to make the eyes is I could just put this here. I could just fill in the rest of the gap here. But then when I flip it to the other side, it'll be correct. Because if you notice, the eyes in the bottom corner, they're literally just mirror images. Yeah, Critter's tablet is safe. I did not grab it. He could do his dailies. Let me fix that up a little bit. There we go. So now I have one way that goes this way. And then I have one way that goes this way. I'm smart. So, we've got eyes. So it'll look like this. We've got the bottom. We've got the belly. We've got the tail. We need ears. And we need wings. It does have a little W, so I am gonna have to embroider that. It's fairly small, though. I wonder if I could just take the W key and just make it. No, he's not 3D printing a butt plug for this thing. Absolutely not. Okay. So if that's the size of the eye, and I take a look at this again, the eyes... Oh, there is like a little... Okay, I'm gonna have to embroider that too. It's like little dimples. Little cheek blushes. Now the ears are gonna be difficult because they're really, really high, but I think I want to take the eye, and what I want to do is I want to use this as the basis. So I want the wings to only be as tall as this eye is. Okay? So this should be the widest part of this wing. It's a little too small. Hi, Arashi! How was Silent Hill? I had popped in for a little bit. I'm glad you got it working again. Alright, that does not look like a wing, chat. Let's try this again. It's only 2. Okay. Let's see. So... how bad would it be if I just took my little wing pattern that I already have? That does not look like a wing. Hold on. It should be more like this, shouldn't it? And then it's like that? Is that better? Is that a tiny wing, chat? That looks better. It might need to curve up a little bit more. How's that? How is that in comparison to the eye? For lighting up my barbecue, Christ. Yeah, that's about what I needed. Hi, Luna. That might work. Chat, what do we think? Do we like that? Or should I redraw it? So what I'll do is I'll go in similar to what I do with the bats, and I'll do the top stitching. So it's gonna go from here, and then one's gonna go here. So this I'm not actually doing. This is just gonna be like drawn, essentially, in a thread. Ooh, so I might need... do I have this color? Hi, Leonid. Man, everybody's here. I should do more sewing streams, I guess. Chat, we're gonna be doing these once a month, so if you have particular things that you'd like to see, not donkeys, let me know, and I'll add them to a list, and we shall make them. I know Otter would like an otter made. I do have thread, but not threads. No. Okay. So what about this? Does that look small enough, chat? Let's see. All right. Worst comes to worst, we have more paper over here. I can make another one. Love seeing you suffer, thanks. Much appreciated. I did recently go to the craft store that's going out of business. If you haven't seen most recent news. So try to be careful. Because, I was sniped. I was like, oh, would you like to come work for us for the next 2 months? And I was like, no, maybe not. Oh, tiny wing? I don't have to yell about rights. That's true. Commission a 2-meter donkey? I don't want a 2-meter donkey. Because you're not going to want it. You're going to give it to me, and I don't want it. Does that look small enough, chat? Here. Chat, take a look at the reference in the bottom corner. Let me know. Thank you. Everybody drink water. Plasma says so. What do we think? Is that small enough? Or do we think we should go smaller? They're like double the sizes in the picture. Okay. I wonder if I could... the other problem is going to be, when I do this, it's going to be very hard with this small opening of trying to get this whole bit to go through here. That's the other issue. So I'm going to have to very carefully finagle it, but I wonder if I could... stack them. Don't stack the donkeys. Let's see if I do this. Is that better? That's a little smaller. Hog patch when? No, I don't need more hogs. I only need one. What do we think? Is that better? Better? Okay. Alright, let's get rid of some of the cruddle we don't need. Chad, I actually brought a bag to throw my garbage in. I'm probably not going to use it. I'm still going to toss everything on the floor. I'm probably still gonna toss everything on the floor. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so we've got that. We've got the eye. We've got the belly. We've got the bottom. And we've got the tail. Which is gonna go to about here. Chat, what do we think? Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. Let me push the whole puzzle over like that. Let's move it down a little bit. So it's gonna be more like that. What do we think? So we got tail, belly, eye, tiny wing. Like that's probably as small as I could get it. So, alright, now we gotta figure out these ears. Now, what's the size on the ears? I want to say they're half the size of the body? What do we think? Chat, half the size? Sorry, this is the best I could do to try and make it bigger for you guys. Half the size? Like half as tall, I guess? Is it half? Let's try using this. So chat, let's go ahead and draw this out. We've got all this extra paper over here. I'm gonna get rid of this piece because we don't need it. There's also some cruddle over here already. That's done as well. Okay. So, let's figure this out. We got all these pieces over here. We don't need this currently. So if this is the top of the head, okay. To my stitch myself to the fabric. Listen, that's only the donkey, okay? That's whenever the donkey decides that it's gonna break a needle. Or it's gonna rip apart my fingernail, you know, things like that. Okay, so this is the top of the head, chat. Do we think maybe here? And here? Can you see that? Vaguely. Maybe there? Maybe that tall? Or do we think maybe taller? Let's start sketching this out. Because we're going to have to put extra on this side automatically so that we can have it come to this point. Because as you can see, it does kind of fold over a little bit, and there's a little bit of like the inner ear here. So that's going to be accent. So accent. But whatever I'm going to do over here, I'm going to have to add whatever size this is over here. So it kind of goes like this. And then goes straight down. Now, unfortunately, it does morph into the body. We're not going to be able to do that. So, what do we think, chat? How's that? So this bit, as I was saying, is going to have to be cut out here. And then from here, this will be called the fold line. So this will be fold. So if we're folding this, this is actually going to create this little bit of a divot. A hand-me-down Thrumbo plushie? What are you talking about? Hold on. Hold on. Try not to touch it. I got it. What are you talking about? I have one. I don't like touching the fur because it's plasticky feeling. I don't like it. But I got one of the official ones. I don't like the plastic feeling, so I gotta touch the bottom. But no, I've got him. I got one. I would not recommend it. this was a lot smaller than I was thinking. Yeah, it's so hard to describe. Do you know when you get those pillows that they just ugh. They kind of okay. Let me start over. I have a weird texture thing. It's got like that faux plasticky fur that doesn't really clump very well. Like it clumps too much. It kind of, how to put it? It feels cheap. And what it does is it gets stuck to my fingers and I don't like it. There's some of the American quality here. Yeah, that sounds about right. How to put it? I guess I'm very biased with fabric. But he's cute. I just didn't realize it was going to be this low quality in comparison to what I usually work with. I thought it was going to be a little bit better. But, I mean, it also makes sense because they had to make, how many was it? 10,697. So I get it. Oh yeah, it'll just strip right out, 100%. So I try not to touch it as much as possible and only touch this part. Like this part still feels a little plasticky and kind of rough to me. How to describe it? You know how when you pick up a microfiber cloth and it sticks to your hand? That's what this feels like to me. Because I have a weird thing with texture. Like I feel like it clings to my hand and I don't like it. I don't like it, and I don't like touching it. I don't like it. Like, it's pretty well made. I probably would have picked out some of the fibers and stuff. Like, as you could see, like, the eyes are literally just stitched on top. And, it actually pulls in some of the fur, which I don't like. I don't like that for mine. This one's just completely covered. You can actually see... I don't know if you could see it very well. You can actually see some of the fabric where they used it, where you can actually see some of the netting underneath. You can see there. So you can physically see through it. So if you were to brush this out, all of the fibers would just leave. Exactly what TM said. It's cute. I probably would have made some different decisions. I like the sublimation up here on the printed Minky. Because I do like that for the horn, so you get a little bit of a third dimension. As you can see, it's two different colors. So, I don't like how none of the fabric things meet up. So as you can see, we got a side over here that meets up here. And then you've got another side that meets up over here very awkwardly. So it's not even. So I don't like that. And for some reason, when they put it together, I don't know if they didn't measure it correctly, but as you can see in this seam line, it puckers. You know, like a dress is a good way to put it. Hi, Mousy. Chat, everybody stretch. Mousy says so. I do like the tail. The tail's kind of cute. Like, I never realized that they could put the tail like that. It just... I don't know. I don't care much for makeshifts work. I don't care for it very well. It's cute. I'm glad I have one. Knowing what I see now, I probably would not get it again. You could get the Boom Rat plushie. It looked okay. I think there was some interesting stylistic choices that I didn't really agree with. And I don't really like the glow-in-the-dark bit. But glow-in-the-dark fabric is very hard to work with, so I understand why, and there's only certain colors of it. Which is why it looks a little different from the pictures that you would get in-game, because it's very hard to source glow-in-the-dark fabric, so I know why they had to do it like that, but... yeah. I don't know. I would take some artistic liberties and have made a very different plush, but there you go. Yeah, it's mass production. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Like, you're gonna get what you paid for, and especially at 10,000 of them, I don't think they were expecting to make 10,000. I'd much rather pay for the expensive stuff than for whatever this is. So if I had my way, I'd make one, but I don't have the time to make one. So this makes do. And he's kind of cute, so I just keep him on a shelf and I don't touch him. Will it explode? I don't think so. I hope not. Probably. Put him back up there, and then I dropped somebody. Oh, I dropped my alpaca! Whereas here we have an alpaca, so this is much softer and much cuter, okay? My little alpaca, so. He's an official branded one. He's an actual alpaca, so. Because I do have quite a few original ones, and I have quite a few fake alpacas. So, I like this one. He's very cute. It looks like a State Fair Cardi booth toy. When they have to make 10,000 of them, I'm not surprised. I think it would have been a little bit better quality. Like with make, ship, I know in the plush community, it's a little bit of a divisive thing. A little bit divisive, divisive is the right word. Some people really like them and some people really dislike them. I've only ever had this one, so I can't speak much to it, but a little bit of background. I had a red anteater plushie. Oh yeah, see? Like it kind of has like that plasticky, like it sticks to your hand type of feel. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'd be interested. I don't know what I would do. I'd have to do... Oh, we could learn how to make a warg. That'd be kind of cute. I'd be able to make that. See, because you can't make, like, a raccoon. Like, at that point, you're just making a raccoon plushie. You have to do something that's, like, uniquely Rimworld. Like a Thrumbo or a warg or something like that. But when you go through some place like Makeship, what they do is if you're a higher priority one, they will kind of draft you a pattern, but for the most part, they have patterns kind of similar to this. So for example, if they were to make this Snoof plushie, they would literally just take a circle, put a couple of pieces on it, and call it a day. It's whatever their set standard is. They don't make as many patterns. A trade beacon or legs. Oh, Christ. They don't draft every single pattern. What they'll do is they'll print the fabric, but then you get like a basic. So if it's like a person plush, it's always going to be like this. And then they print all of this. Okay? So if you have a person that looks like this and only has one arm, they're only going to do that. If you have a person that's a little shorter and stouter, either they're going to make the head bigger, or you're going to get the same exact plush anyway. I'm dying. They'll make minor edits, but they have a basic pattern that they can follow, which makes sense because then they can mass produce things a little bit easier and they don't have to constantly change it. Like, it takes a long time to draft a pattern. Like, I'm making a very rudimentary one. Most people, what they'll do is they'll actually make the pattern, put it together, take a little permanent marker, draw everything out, undo the whole thing, put it onto the actual fabric, do it again, maybe go through like 5 or 6 rigorous different tests. They don't have the time to do that for every single plush, so that's why they do it like that. So, you get what you pay for. But, at the same time, that makes it cheaper for you guys, too, if you guys were to go and buy them. So, it's a win-lose situation. Sure, you get merch. It's decent quality. Like, it exists. It's not gonna be on par with, like, an artisan plush for, like, a couple $1,000s, obviously. But it gets the job done. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. So, sorry, back to the ears. Chat, does that look like an ear? Chat, we've already been here for an hour and I'm still just patterning the plush. And this is just the most simplistic way to do it. Now imagine doing that for every single person that you hit up or reaches out to you and goes, hey, we'd like to make merch. It's a lot. So that's why it's commonly printed, or that's why it's commonly rushed looking, or it's done with like cheaper stuff, or it's the same exact pattern over and over and over again. If you go and look through the website and you see through some of their past campaigns, you could look and you could be like, ah, yes. This, these all are the same base pattern. So, It's not really custom, but it is custom because they custom print them. Which, honestly, the printing, very hard. So I know why they do it. Is it sharper? Like the inner bit? Gotta make the hole inside of the ear bigger. So like this? Like this big? Here, I'll color it in so it's a little easier to see. Because we know that it's going to be accent. Like this. It'd be more straight, but connect further to the back of the head. So maybe... like this? So it's going to make it a little wider. I mean, I could... because no matter what, this fold line is probably going to hit here. So this is going to do like this. Like that? See, this is why we do it where we're drawing it out. I think that's a little better. I do have a picture in the bottom left. I do. I've also got a picture myself. I got it bigger. Oh, is that somebody leaving or is that somebody showing up? No, that's leaving. All right, bye. See, because I feel like this would be wider. Now, obviously, this is going to be where the head goes. We're going to have to make this size so that I can actually put it in. It's a weird drawing. It is. So, this piece has to match up to over here. So, whatever this size is going to go, when you go to cut it, it's going to look more like this. So that then we can fold this. This will be the fold. It's like a dog butt with poo under the tail. What the fuck? No, it's an ear. Is that not a good ear? Is that not? It looks a little wide, doesn't it? Hold on, let's start over. Let's start over. Hi, Pain. Let's start over. Okay. Actually, here, let's do this so that then I don't have to keep erasing this. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, god damn it. It's very hard to take off a cap in these gloves. Okay, so that goes like that. I'm just drawing out the body currently. Hold on. And then that goes like that. Okay. So here's the body. Now when I erase, I don't have to erase the body. Okay. Alright, so let's try this again. So, I was thinking, this is how tall it is. Okay? What do we think? Is that a good height in comparison to all of this? That'll essentially make it, for reference point, about as tall as the belly. It's not prison sewing. What do we think? Do we think that from the top of the head to the tip of the ear is about the same size as the belly? From the bottom to the top. Thoughts? I am playing Sewing Machine Simulator. But we're not in prison. We're not the prison version. There's got to be a nicer version. So, let me put it to my way. So, because in actuality, there isn't as much space in between. So this is actually going to come together. So, I think if we do to here, which would then go to about here. Because if you notice, in between the two ears, there isn't that much space. Now, this is not actually going to be here. This little thing that I'm coloring in, this is a triangle. This is a dart. So we're actually going to put that together. So it's actually going to be kind of similar to this, where it's going to pull it closer, so it's going to make more of a rounded shape. As you can see, it's up here. I know it's hard to see. That's because I pick out my seams. So you're not actually going to see it. It's just going to pull it together. So we can ignore that. Ignoring that, I think this is where the two edges of the ears would be. So I think they have to be that long. The belly is a little taller, so not as tall. So maybe the ear only comes to here, maybe? So maybe there. So if I do the edge here, because it's kind of rounded, right? Yeah, it's rounded on both sides, so. Like that? What do we think? Here's the belly for scale. Yeah, that's definitely smaller. Because here's where the tip is right here where my fingernail is. So it is shorter. So it'd be like right about here. Now, the little inner bit, that's not going to be too hard. I could literally just stitch down some accent fabric. Just like how I'm going to do with like the tip of the tail. I'm more worried about the actual shape of the ear. So if this is the ear, it would come down to about here and here. So this would be the actual cutout bit of it. Okay. Which then means that this fold, let's say, goes to here? What do we think? Which would then mean it would have to be taller. That the little inside bit would be like this. It's fairly high up, right? So like this. So you're only gonna see from this thick line up. So how much difference is this for the ear? Because this to this is going to get added over here, and then we're going to have the fold line here. So this is fold, which is then going to fold this bit over to here. So in actuality, my little accent is going to have to go deeper into the ear. So I need it to be this size. This is also helpful, chat, because then what I could do is I could cut out the exact accent piece to this size. Because I only need the outer bits for the ear itself at the end of the day. So, ear, edge. Looks good. On the outside, it goes straight up for a bit. Yeah, because it goes like this. Is that too much? Because then we're going to have a very wide ear, is the problem. So, like... that. So I have it. I know you can barely see it. So it goes up straight until about here, and then it divots in. How's that? No, I mean the one in the reference picture. So yes, no, bad, bad, good, redo, undo. I can't do Control Z, but I can erase it. This is why we do this in pencil. So, I mean, if that looks better, I'm okay with sticking with that. It's just gonna have very large bat ears. Control Z. Okay, so let's try making this a little smaller. I know where the line is because I could vaguely see it. So I could do like this. Leave the original line. I could actually make this a little straighter. Like that. So we're doing the same. This is now going to be a little straighter, and then it's going to start going in here. Better? I think that's a little better. I think we'll go with it. Okay. So this is going to seem weird, but here's what I'm going to do. Is we're going to cut this out. This is going to be a little bigger than it needs to be. So... okay. I don't know how it'll end up looking. It'll figure itself out. Like, that's how this usually goes. So this is gonna look a little funky. But what I'm gonna do is, remember that fold line here? And now we know that this is gonna have to fold over so that we have that little bit of a crease where we have that accent fabric kind of sticking out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to cut this. And I'm gonna leave a little bit of that line. Okay. We're gonna double this. So that when I go to fold it... there we go. Is that better? So when I go to fold it, I know that this is gonna have to be doubled. So we're gonna make 2 of these. Because unfortunately, when you're folding fabric, you're going to lose bits of the fabric. Obviously, because you're folding it over on itself. So, you have to double the account for the fold. So here is that fold line. Up here. Yeah, you guys can see that. So I'm going to cut that out again. I don't know if I have any tape here. I'm just going to tape it together, but let's see. Alright. Chat, we got 2 of those fold bits. So, if this was the ear, it goes this way. Sorry, I'm discombobulated, okay? So now that I've cut that out, I'm going to take that exact same piece, and we're going to extend it. Okay? So now, this is the bit that'll be folded over, so we won't see it. This is going to be how it's actually going to look. So let's hold all this down. And we're going to trace it. Oh. This is usually easier if you have a light box, which my roommate had one, which was amazing, because then if you made any pattern edits, it was just right there automatically. But those things are big and giant, and I do not have the space for them. And there we go. So now we've got the ear. So if I put... Have fun, Shire. Thanks for stopping in. I'm sorry, this isn't, like, exciting for a lot of people. So this is where this is gonna go. Okay. This is how tall this ear is gonna be, because it only goes to about here. Okay. This is what you're actually gonna see. So chat, this one is the line of sight. This is gonna be... So this is seam allowance. From here. I'm gonna put my finger there. From here, this is gonna be accent fabric. Okay. So accent fabric. And then that fold line, we're gonna mark that as here. So when I go to fold this later, when the whole ear is together, it has to fold right here. Does that make sense, chat? Probably not. It makes sense to me. Fold. And this whole thing is accent. Okay? So let's go ahead and cut this out. Okay. Don't apologize for your content. Oh, no, it's definitely not normal. It's definitely not normal content. Alright, we can get rid of all this extra crap. This goes here. Alright, there we go. So chat, here's our ear. So pay attention to from here to here. Hi, Shay. We are making Riley Snoof. So that's in the bottom left corner. It's her birthday, and I owe her a Snoof. So I said that we'll make it. Don't gaslight me into this content being not exciting. Listen, it's not exciting. It's not, trust me, I know. I feel like this is a little bigger. Don't you feel like that, chat? Oh, I guess it is going all the way down. So the Snoof should be like this. So that should be the ear. Ignore from here to here. Only look at this line. What do we think? Ear? Ear? Looks like a good ear. From this line. Not this line, this line. I think that looks like a pretty decent ear. So... what I want to do, now that we have that, is I'm going to cut out this accent little bit that I have here so we know exactly how much we're going to need. So this is ear accents. We're going to need 2 of these. We're going to do similar to what we did with the eyeball. I'm not going to draw it again because we don't need it. It's just accent fabric. There we go. So we got an ear. What is a Snoof? So that is their mascot. So that's what's in the bottom corner. Also, hi, Nico. How are you? It's been a while. Should everybody drink water? So, you know how you have, like, stream avatars and stuff? That's what runs around at the bottom of her streams. So everybody gets little custom Snoofs. You can use channel points to redeem. I have a little custom one. It's a ton of fun. Alright, we no longer need this ear. So this is the original one, chat. So it'll look kind of like this when it's done. There we go. So it'll look like that. So that'll be it. You just finished a 2-liter of mug. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's a lot of root beer. Alright, so chat, we should be able to start actually cutting out all of these. So, we've got to figure out all of the accent fabric first. Okay, so chat. This, this is the color honeydew. I don't have any of it left. Exactly what you see here is what we've got. So I have to be very careful, chat. We have to cut this in such a way that I don't waste anything and I don't have to cut out more. Because once this is gone, and I don't know what I'll do. Okay, so we know that we need the accent color here. That's gone. We know that we need the belly. And we know that we need the accents for the ears. Do we want to do the bottom also out of it, chat? Or do you think we should do it out of white? So if you look at the pygmy plush that I made, that would be this whole bit here. Should we make this entire bottom bit out of white, or should we make it out of this honeydew color? Now, obviously, when you look at the snoof in the bottom corner, you can't see what's down there. So we're going to take some artistic liberties. So chat, we're going to decide, do we want this entire bottom to be in this honeydew color, or do we want it in white? Huh. Do I have a color thread that's honeydew? Oh, I do have a honeydew thread. Oh, perfect. Well, the bottom itself isn't that big, so I might be able to get away with it. It's just going to be these accents, really. So I should have enough that I'd be able to do 2.5 snoofs. I'm gonna measure it in snoofs. I should be able to do, from this cut of fabric, 2.5 snoofs. Oh wait, what color are the wings? Oh chat, the wings are also honeydew, aren't they? Alright, we got an extra piece. Unfortunately, Riley's not here. Oh no. And what color are the eyes? Let's see. I think the eyes are also honeydew, technically. So is everything honeydew except for, like, the main body? I think everything is except for the main body. So let's do everything except for the main body in honeydew. I should be able to get away with 2 snoofs out of this. I just cannot fuck it up, chat. Okay, so. Chat, let's do the thing. Okay. We should be alright. I can't fuck up too much. So, let's see. Which way does the fabric map go? It goes down. So let's do this. Goes down. Okay, towards me. I might be able to fit an eyeball here. So if you've never seen me with fabric before, what I like doing is I cut off everything that's called a seam allowance. That's the extra bit that you would have for the fabric. Because I'm stupid, I have a hard time conceptualizing how much the seam allowance is, so I always cut and draw as if this is where I'm going to be putting my stitching. It just makes more sense in my head, chat. So this may look like it's not a lot. That's because it isn't. Because this is all going to be seam allowance on the outer bit. You can kind of see it over here. Yeah, you can see it. So this is going to be the eye, but I'm going to sew here, and I'm going to cut this a little bigger. So that's the eye. We've got 2 of those, so times 2. Times 2 eye. So I'm going to keep this pattern as well, so chat, if we ever need more snoofs, we got them. Alright, we've got a wing here. Let's do the accent fabric here first, because that's a little easier. We want the ears to go up. in their nap. So I'm gonna flip this. So chat, this is ear accent. We need 2 of these. I'm gonna flip the other one. So ear accent. So we're gonna flip this guy. And that's gonna seem a little strange. That's because the other ear is gonna be completely mirrored. So we're making 2 of the exact same thing, but if I cut them out the same way, then we're just gonna have 2 left ears. So we need a left and a right. Okay, so ear accent, eye. We only need 1 belly. This one is gonna go this way. I'm gonna mark that. I'm very particular with the way that the fabric goes. How I describe it is, you know when you go to a store and they have those fuzzy pillows and stuff and you pet it one way and it all goes down the same way? I want to do the same thing with the plush. So I want, when you're petting it, all the nap goes down. Unless it's the ears. What that does is that it'll actually create a little bit of a scruffle that you would commonly see with like dogs and stuff. Because as you notice, their ears, their fur goes up. It doesn't actually go down. But everywhere else it does. And then it gives it like that velvety soft feeling. Oh no, what is this? The hell is this? Hold on. My brand new gloves. What the hell is this? What is this garbage? Get out of here. Alright. Same thing with the tail. The tail always goes out. So when you're petting your cat's tail, your dog's tail, it always goes towards here and it hits a pivot point. So this is actually going to go opposite of the way that the fabric would. So if I do here, we're going to go a little bit up and it goes here. So this is tail accent. Okay. Now we're going to need 2 of these. We're going to do the same thing, flip the other side as well. So it goes to here and to here. And we have another tail accent. Now, I don't care about the edges over here. We're actually going to create that with the sewing machine. So that's tail accent. So this is now done. We do have to cut that out in white, however, so I'm going to keep it. All right, and then bottom. And then I've just got to do the ear wings. Come on, circle. Come on. Now, as you can see, there's actually all these little divots here. I'm actually going to draw those on so that when I go to sew this, I know where all of the points are going to hit. Because if you remember, with the side, we're going to have all these little darts, they're called. So these are where all these little divots are going to match up. So this is going to go from here to here. This goes from here to here. So I do want to keep that. So that's all set. Bottom is done. Bottom. Okay. All right, wings. Holy Jesus, this is going to be tiny. I want the nap to go this way. Now I need a front and I need a back. So I need to cut 4? Chat, let's cut 4 of them. Yeah. Yeah, because we have 2 sets of wings, so I need a back and I need a front. This is going to be very difficult because it's very tiny. Okay. So this is one wing. Not like Sephiroth, but a different one. So, because we have 2, we're going to go 2 the same way, and then we're going to flip it. So I'm going to write 4 times 2 flip. Because once again, if I cut them all the same way, it's not going to mirror. Instead, I'm going to have 2 left wings or 2 right wings, and I need a left and a right. So you do have to mirror it. Anytime, if you guys ever get into plush making, if you ever see, they're going to be like, oh, cut this twice, cut this 4 times, cut this. If it's an even number, check and make sure that you don't have to flip your little pattern. So see, now I'm flipping it the other way. Because you very much so likely might have to. Unless it's a perfect thing, such as the belly piece. If it's perfect, and it matches both sides, if you were to flip it, then you don't have to do it. But if it doesn't, and it's a little bit different on the other side, then you're going to have to do one of each. Yeah, we'll make a Sephiroth Snoof next. Chat, if you guys aren't already following Riley, you guys should be. I did pin everything up there. She's going to do a birthday celebration stream a little later today. Unfortunately, I will not be able to raid because I don't know how long this is going to take. Once we're done, I'm done, chat. If Riley's not live, I'm not raiding. I cannot raid Riley if she's not online. But if you hit enough channel points, you guys can also have a custom Snoof. There's quite a few people that do. I have one that's custom. Okay, so I think this is everything in Honeydew. So I do have enough that if I screw up, chat, I could go back and I could cut more. I'd prefer not to, but we could. So I'm going to very carefully chop this. Okay, so there's a wing. And then I'm just going to cut all of this here. Chat, I might have to buy more honeydew. People really like this color. It's a very nice light blue. There we go. Okay. So that's done. Okay, I thought I needed black. I don't. Let me throw that back towards the closet. What I use is probably why I should drink an ocean even though I'm not thirsty. What'd you do? Did you just do coffee all day? Alright. So we're gonna do white. So this is Arctic white. This is a different color than their regular traditional white. It's also sometimes called snow white, but I think that's a different dye lot. Alright. Let's move you out of the way so I don't accidentally cut you. I needed to bring a whiteboard, so I brought my smaller wattle bot. Oh no. Oh no. You haven't changed the water in it? Well, how old was that water that you were drinking? How old was it? Nope. Nope. I wouldn't have drunk it. I would have tossed it all. I would have just thrown it out on the ground. Nope. I would not have. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. Alright, chat. So we need... Same thing. Remember how we did the accent upside down for the ears? We're going to have it go the other way, too. Alright. Same thing with the tail. The body, however, is not going to be upside down. Now, we need 2 of these. So this is the original pattern that I got from Tiff. So she even writes it here, 2 of these. Now, because it's completely symmetrical and it doesn't matter which way you turn it, you don't have to flip this. But if this was different and it was something like this, then you're going to have 2 opposing sides. They're not going to fit together. So you would have to do one like this and one like this so that they would match on either side. So let's do the ear first. Now we know down here at the bottom I added extra already. So I don't have to add more there. So we're going to do ear to ear, and then I'm going to mark on either side, so this is where the body is. And I'm going to try and mark fold. Fold. Okay? So chat, when I go to fold it, it should join up and it should match, and it should match like the original ear. Okay? So that's the first one. Now we're going to flip it. And actually, there's 2 ears. So we're going to have to do this 3 more times. We need a lot of these. Now, the easiest thing, though, is because these are going to match up, I actually don't, if I wanted to, I don't have to draw this out. However, I'm going to, because technically when you're sewing, because you're sewing them together, you don't need the same lines on both sides. Hi, Jalal. Jalal, I actually have a question. Did Velvet ever get her Kudo board? Or her birthday thing? Alright, here's one tail. The tail's easier, so... She did? Okay. So wait, I can show you now. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if she wants it. And I was kind of limited to what was at the craft store. Well, that's Velvet Bat. I worked on it with Gasherin. She definitely wants it? Okay. That's a little Velvet Bat. I tried to get, like, the little beads and stuff that kind of match, and then I was gonna have somebody 3D print me the crown, but I couldn't find anybody that could type it out. Design it out for me. So instead, we just did this. It's a little fat bat. It's a little fat Velvet Bat. It's covered in Minky, because I'm covered in Minky. Ignore that. But it's got, like, sequins and stuff, and I hand put on all of the little accoutrement again. So this used to be white, so I actually hand dyed all of the lace this red color. It's Velvet! And she's got little wings! See, these are the exact little wings. I was just gonna use these, but I think this is better. I think I just make too much stuff. Alright, once again, we're gonna flip the tail over here. And so, this is gonna be the other tail. Okay, so now we got two tails. Okay? So I can set that aside. So, we have one ear, we need two more ears, and we need two bodies. So let's do this because this is going to give us some gaps. So I want to try and use the least amount of fabric as possible and not toss anything. I don't want to toss anything. It's going to be very hard for me to source a lot of my fabric in the next couple of years. So I want to keep as much of this as possible. I got a couple 100 yards. I can't afford to lose any of it. I actually just got a whole other box of fabric, and it's scrap busted fabric, is what it is. So it's like stuff that's already been cut into, or it's stuff that just doesn't work, or it was miscut. So I ordered it, and I think it was like 30 bucks, and now I just have an entire box of like random furs, random colored fabric. I think one of it is mango. And for some reason, people really like the mango color, chat. Did it die again? I hate this. Chat, why does Chill Hop not work anymore? Is there a way to turn off the Chill Hop pop-ups? Hi, Simon. Hi, Raiders. Chat, I'm sorry. It's very hard for me to give shout-outs when I'm over here because I'm not at my computer. I got you guys on a tiny little screen. Hello. We're making Riley Snoof today for her birthday, if you haven't seen. I need to go fix that. Hold on. Hold on. Thanks, Plasma. We're making Riley's little Snoof. It's her birthday. So chat, it is pinned. If you're not already, go drop a follow for Riley as well. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Do I have to do radio or something else? No, I don't know why it's doing this, chat. Thanks, Mudkip. Everybody stretch. Hold on. Oh my god. Hey, did you know it's really hard to type in gloves? Also, there's a whole bunch of fabric in my hair. Oh god, there's so much of it. Yeah, Simon apparently just doesn't exist. Hold on. How was your stream? How was Skyrim? Did you die a lot? Because you're still doing bingo, right? Or is that only in Dark Souls? Simon, listen, I'm trying, okay? I gotta wear my gloves. They help when I'm sewing so my hands don't get all... how to put it? Like swollen and weird. They're compression gloves. But we're making the Snoof in the bottom corner, if you don't see. Riley has those. They're the little, like, stream avatar pets. Oh, so that's for Elden Ring. Okay. But, she has the little stream pets that run around on her stream. And, I said I would make her one, so we're making her one today for her birthday. And I'm gonna keep the patterns, so if she ends up wanting more, especially in other colors, that I could just remake them. Because you guys could change your colors in there and stuff. It's crowd control and a randomizer. Oh my god. I know Nate did that one time. My friend Nate, Gamera Zillakong. And I just kept sending bees after him. Because I thought it was funny. I just kept sending bees at Hollow Knight because I'm a terrible person. I would just be like, man, you know what sounds really bad right now? Bees! Just send bees. So far we've, it's already been, oh my god, 2 hours. And we drew out the pattern, so the entirety of the pattern is done. So it's gonna look something like this. So now I've gotta draw out the rest of the ears over here. That's too much root beer? There's no such thing. Oh no, that was Nico. Nico had too much root beer. That was an entire 2 liter of root beer. Alright, let's see. Also, chat, speaking of shoutouts, I always joke about this, but if you guys open up the current viewer list, just go through and just follow everybody. We have a lot of our streamer friends that pop in here. So, like Mudkip, Simon, Jalal, Shay, Shira, Cap'n was here, Mousy was here. Who else was here? Everybody's here today, chat. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait. Hold on. I gotta draw in all the lines over here. So this is the fold. Okay. And actually what I want to do is I want to draw in precisely where this accent fabric is going to be, too. Oh, yeah. Pura's definitely around somewhere. Twerk was here. Who else was here, chat? All of our streamer friends. Arashi was here. Nico. Nico was streaming for a while, too. I'm biased. I think Pura's the best. Yo, same. I totally didn't raid Pura 2 days in a row. Oh, and Knight's probably gonna be here, too. Who's Steel Rat? Who the fuck is Steel Rat? Thank you, Neck, for the gifted sub to Steel Rat. Because Iron Mouse is preoccupied. Oh yeah, she was streaming, wasn't she? Oh, and Velvet. You guys could drop a follow for Velvet, because I know she lurks in here while she's working. Oh, I know for a fact Knight is around somewhere. Alright. Chat, I think we've got all the ears now. So, ear, ear, body, body, ear, ear, tail, tail. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and cut this off, and then I could throw away this fabric as well. I'm gonna keep the honeydew in case I screwed something up, because I always have a hard problem with accent fabrics like that. Let's see. Okay. I got this. I got this somehow. Okay, there we go. Alright, can I very carefully... So, chat, fun fact, that honeydew color, I have so little of it, I actually had it in my scrap bin. So not only do I have a nice folded pile of scraps, I have a scrap bin that's full of scraps, and I have all of my regular fabric that I have yards and yards of. I have those on bolts in my closet. Okay, that's gone. Alright, I think we've got everybody, chat. So, let's go for one of the easy ones. Let's make the tail first, because the tail should be fairly easy. So, what do I need? I need the tail accent. Did I do the tail accent correctly? I think I did. Yeah, because it should go like that. So let's cut it out of here. Normally I would sit here, and what I would do is I would cut each piece individually and just have a pile. But because I have a very small sewing area, because I'm also in the middle of another project, I don't want to get everything mixed up. I'm working on some special stuff for a special somebody, chat. I can't mix it up. Okay, so that goes there. That's a wing. That's extra. What does that say? Wait. Ear accent. Oh, this is tail. Okay, no, I did do that right. Okay, so tail and tail. Belly, bottom. Okay. Chat, I'm covered. I don't know if you could see, but I'm covered already. You could just see from my gloves. I'm covered in fabric. I'm so covered. God damn it. I just started. I'm so covered in everything. Yeah, I redid my nails. They're black, but I put on top of them, it's a special edition Holo Taco, and it's called Got Cake, and it has a purple shimmer, and it has a whole bunch of flakies on it. So it's really pretty. It's super pretty. Oh my god, you do have that one? I hate that it turns it purple, but I also like that it turns it purple. You're saying I should join stream to ruin it? Yeah, if you want Minecraft. I don't know what you're gonna ruin. See, I thought it was just gonna be like a pearlescent shimmer. I didn't realize it was gonna have like a purple hue to it. So I have to be in the right mood. I have to be like, yes, I want purple today. Otherwise, I just go with a basic black, because I'm basic. Alright, let's see. So you're down to purple. My black is my favorite, or sometimes red. Alright. Chat, it's everywhere. Oh my god. I'm trying not to have it fly everywhere. Oh my god, it's everywhere, chat! I also always have my nails done, just so that then I can't smash it into something, because it makes them thicker. Especially when I worked at a unnamed game place. The doors are very heavy, and I kept smashing them. Okay. So, this is tail accent, so I think it goes... Uh-oh. Chat, how did I do this? So this should be the tip. So if I do, like, this, okay? chat. So it's gonna look like this. You can see it. So we're gonna have this piece on top. And then this piece goes here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna first put a little line, like a little zigzag line. I'm gonna trim off the excess, and then we're gonna do what's called a satin stitch all the way down. You can actually kind of see it here on the pygmy plush. That's what this is. This cruddy little line that I made for these crummy eyes. So what that's actually gonna do is that's gonna create a little bit of a... Thanks for the quote. What that's actually gonna do is that's gonna sew that down, and it's gonna create a little bit of visual interest. So then you don't realize it's two different pieces. Now, if I wanted to, I could physically sew them down, but it's a little bit more difficult. And I don't think it looks as polished. I actually prefer this. So, let's go ahead, and I'm gonna put a pin up here. So we're not gonna sew up here, we're just gonna sew down here at the bottom. So, the tail itself, where's the pattern? Okay. Where's my skizzers? Hold on. Okay. So this is going to be the tail. I'm going to put this here. And now I know when I grab my pen, where'd my pen go? I had another pen. Here it is. End up looking like a Furby. Oh my god, I'd cry. No, it's not a Furby. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw exactly where I want this line to be. Okay? So you can vaguely see it over here. Okay? So this whole tip is going to be the green. I'm going to chop off the rest of this white because we won't need it later. So let's do this one first. I'm going to move up this pin a little bit. This is why you cut your little accent piece a little bigger. So I could kind of move it around a little bit. Thankfully, this isn't a fully 3D tail, so we only have the back piece and the front piece. All right, ready, chat? Pattern can go over here. I'm going to very quickly do the same thing over here. Is this flipped? Uh-oh. No, I did flip it. No, we're good. So that we know how this is going to match on the other side. There we go. See? It's kind of like an Eevee tail. You know when you look at an Eevee and it's brown and then it's white at the top? That's what we're essentially doing. Okay. So let's put a pin up here as well. Where's my penguin? Chad, if you've never met my sewing penguin, are you in for a treat? This is my poor penguin. I've had him since I was 16. My best friend got him for me for my sweet 16 birthday party. Because my mom forgot that I should have a party. And she felt bad. And she went to work. And she goes, "You like penguins?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Okay." And she bought me a penguin pincushion. And I've used it ever since. Alright, these are my fancy scissors. These ones actually cut a little closer. So after we sew this down, we're going to chop that off. So chat, let's go ahead and let's start sewing. I'm also going to do this. Because now we're going to be a little farther closer. There we go. How's that, chat? Better? Good? 10 out of 10? There we go. That works. Okay. So we're going to go back here where I made that line. I'm going to start a little further in case if there's a problem. for this line... No, we're not playing a game as a prisoner operating a sewing machine. No. I know. Who was it? Somebody who came in and was like, do you know that that's what that game is? And I was like, no. I just thought it was funny because it's Sewing Machine Simulator. Alright, so I'm just following the zigzag line. Hold on, I'll drink some water in a second. Hi, Marshmallow. Hi, Raiders. How was your Rim World? I had hopped in for a little bit. I hope it went well. I came in the middle of your loading screen and I felt bad. You were loading in between resets and I was like, shit, oh no. Alright. If I have any mods here, can one of you guys do a shout out? I can't get up. Welcome to sewing. We haven't gotten to the point of swearing yet, but welcome in. It's very similar to what you would do with making a Thrumbo plush. I did show off my my Thrumbo plush up here too. Because I do have one of those. I have one of the official ones. Thank you, Plasma. Alright, let's go this way. And let's go this way. But I hope you had a good stream. Everybody from Simon's stream as well. Hello. If any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand. Today we're making a stuffed animal because I am truly a sewing witch. So I do actually make stuffed animals as well. And I had promised Riley a little while ago that I would make her one of her Snoofs, which is one of her stream avatars. It's her officially branded Snoof, which is a cat and bat that you can see in the bottom corner. And since it's her birthday, we're making it today. See, I liked the Thrumbo. The Thrumbo plush leaves much to be desired. I went on a whole rant about it already. I went on a whole rant. See, here we go. So this is what we're doing now, is we're currently putting on accent colors for the tail. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to trim this and get rid of all this extra excess. So we're going to trim this as close to the line as possible so that we have the least amount of this extra bits. Okay. And there we go, chat. So all of this is now extra. I could throw that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through with that nice satin stitch line, and I'm going to actually make that line in between the two colors much better. But here, let me see if I can grab him. Oh my god, I can't grab him. He's too tall. Hold on, chat. I can't touch him. I have to grab him from the bottom. See, I've got him. I've got our little Thrumbo buddy. I should just keep him down here. But I don't like touching this top bit because the fur is too plasticky for me and it bothers my hands. I've got a thing with textures. So I can't touch it, but I can grab it from the bottom, but that's about it. And that's why Luna was making fun of me. So I'm one of the 10,697 that has a Thrumbo plushie. I already went on a rant about that, though, so you could always go back and go listen to that. But yeah, thanks for hopping in. I appreciate it. If you guys, any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand. We're gonna be here for a while. I don't know how long. I would like to try and get this done today, but I have no approximate estimation on how long it's gonna take. But if it's anything to be desired, it took me 2 hours to make the pattern, so use that as your time gauge. Use that as your timing gauge. Alright, now we don't need this white in the back either, so I could actually just get rid of that too. And there we go. We got tails! Look at that, chat! So for some patterns, especially Eevee patterns, they'll actually have you just put the two pieces together without the top stitching. which does look clean, but I think I like the look of the top stitching, so that's why I'm doing it here. Hi, Eve! Eve, I'm doing a thing! I didn't remind Riley at bus stop time because I assumed that Riley's been going through it. Eve has to custom Snoof too. But I'm gonna keep the pattern so in case if anybody else wants their Snoofs made, I can make them a Snoof. You were supposed to wake her up? Well, surprise. To be fair, it's 11 o'clock in the afternoon now. Let her sleep in. It's her birthday. Hi, Riley. No, it's your birthday. Go back to sleep. Sleep more. It took me 2 hours to make the pattern, but now I have an official pattern, so if you need more Snoofs, I got them. But look, we got a tail. We got a tail. Alright, so let's put this together. Oh, wait. I gotta finish the lines here. Okay, so it's J4 0.5, 3.5. There we go. My reference? I know, I had to go looking for it. This is also the last of my honeydew. This is all I've got left, so I can make one more in case I fuck up. We decided that the proper measurement is this is about 2.5 Snoofs of what I had, so I can make 1.5 more. I have to order more honeydew. Alright, so we're going to very carefully put this through. So chat, if you've ever seen my VTuber dolls, you'll actually know what I'm doing here. So especially in hair and things like that, this is what I like doing. Is going all the way up so that we have a nice consistency and it hides the edges of the fabric where I cut. So nobody will know, chat. Because we're just very carefully sewing it down. Oh, 1.5 Snoofs. How else would you describe it? I'd say it's less than 1/4 yard of fabric. Okay. Do I only have to go over it once? That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, 1.5 bananas, yeah. There we go. So now it gives a little bit more of a crisper, cleaner line. You can see it a little better over here, too. So I just go over it really quick with, like, a zigzag stitch, and it's called a satin stitch. Now, I could make it a little thicker if I wanted to, but I think that covers it up quite nicely. So I think we're okay. Here's my tiny scissors. So I can actually put this one away. And I could put this one away. So that's 1/2. Let's do the other half, and then we can put together the tail, and then the tail is done. And then, I think after that, I want to do the ears. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because some of these pieces are going to get put into the seams. So I can't work on the body yet until all the accoutrement that is going to get hidden in those little seam lines between the two pieces are going to be completely done. Is this stuck? Is how big it's going to be canonically. So this size is what you're saying. It's this exact pattern. So we did decide that this bottom bit, we put in the honeydew color. So we thought that that would be great. I was going to put it in Arctic. Shay had said we should, but then I was like, I think we have just enough honeydew. So this is all honeydew. This is actually going to be the front. So it goes like this. And here will be the eyes and everything. And I'm going to have to put in a little mouth. And I have to put in the butt crack. Because you said you wanted the butt crack too. Also, Riley, happy birthday. Chat, everybody say happy birthday. Chat, you were legally obligated. Uh-oh. No, we're good. It keeps getting stuck. Why are you stuck? What are you stuck on? Is it the... No, what is it stuck on? What is it doing? Oh, it made a wad. Oh, well. Let me go from the other way then. Hold on. I gotta trim all this out. So, my thread got stuck. And sometimes what happens is it'll just sew in the same exact spot. So this is all just thread. All of that sewing that I just did is all in one spot. So it just made this gigantic knot. It just sticks out. And it looks pretty bad. Hold on, I gotta cut it out. I don't have to cut out all of it. There we go. Alright, so I guess let's go from the other side. Cool. Alright. Uh-oh. Nope, there's more thread. Alright, going from the other side then. I'm flipping this around. We're gonna start over here. That's better. Now it's actually sewing. And because of these little carrots, I have to keep pivoting where I'm going. So I do have to follow the entirety of the line all the way up and down. Nope, stop. Kept going. Alright. And last little bit. And there we go. Oh, also, Riley, I didn't show you. Minnie isn't around, right? She's at school. There we go. Tail. Tail! Official tail! So now I can actually put these guys together. I'm going to try and follow the edges of these lines as much as possible so that it'll match from back to front. So as you can see, now it's going to look like this. Yay! So, based off of what I have on one of these sides, just one, we're going to pin this together. Okay. Now we know that these two sides match up. And I'm going to leave a little bit of a spot here so that I can flip this. You like my nails? Oh, thanks! It's black. And I've got... Needs to have a hidden leg, so I'm not hiding a leg on it. It's black, but with Hollow Taco's Got Cake on it, so it turns it purple. But hold on, I can show you. Because if kiddos at school... Hold on. I finished it last week. I finished the purple and white dragon. I did, so this color here is... Oh shit. Berry, I think? Berry or Jewel? I think this is Jewel. This is Eggplant. And I did fur, because I hate myself. And it goes all the way down the back. And it goes all the way over to the tail as well. I had to remake the tail a couple of times because fur is annoying, but it's done. I made a little shoulder dragon, so this dragon will sit in your shoulder. And I gave it horns because I thought that'd be really cute. Normally this version of the pattern doesn't have horns, but I thought it would be really nice. But yeah, the belly goes all the way down. I hand-stitched the belly. So there we go. We got a nice dragon. Except now it's gonna be covered in minky after I just cleaned it. But that's okay. I'm gonna have to re-clean everything. I always clean off everything that I make. I give it a quick rinse. And then I put it in front of a fan. And then I let it dry. And then I give it a nice brushing. Every time that I make something before I send it out. Oh, covered, chat. This white always sheds. The honeydew does not. The white does. I don't know why. Alright, let's put the tail together. So what that means is, once this snoof is done, expect a box. But just a bunch of stuff in it. Oh, uh-oh. I forgot to reset the... Okay, there we go. So, you have to be very careful when you set your stitches. Because if there's anything stuck in there, sometimes the needle will try and right itself. So if it's down and it's to the left and you put it back to the middle or the center or to the right, it'll try moving and it could snap the needle, so you've got to be very careful. Alright. Here's the tip of the tail. I'm going to go 2 stitches this way. She's obsessed with Buc-ee's? Oh my god. I'll send her stuff from Sheets. I think Sheets is better. But then again, I have a fondness for Sheets because I got drunk in a Sheets. The true Midwest experience. Chat, if you're from Ohio and you haven't gotten drunk and ended up at a Sheets at 4 in the morning, were you actually drunk? Alright. We're gonna knot this. And chat, that should be the tail. Chat, tail's done. Alright, so let's trim the edges. Get rid of all of this. Yeah, you ended up in a Waffle House. I ended up in a Waffle House and I wasn't even drunk. It was the night before my 8 a.m. final. And we went to go see the first Hobbit movie when it premiered. I told this story, and Thomas didn't have any front headlights because his truck was busted, so he never drove at night. And he was like, it should be fine, we shouldn't get in trouble. And here we are in the backwoods going from Cincinnati in the fucking woods with no headlights, with me and him sticking our heads out the car. So we had to stay at the Waffle House until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. It was so bad. Because he had no headlights and wasn't legally able to drive. It's so stupid. Alright, let's go ahead and flip this. Chat, we should have a tail. Where do I find cool and different plushies? So, it depends. For cool ones, you could always look at Etsy for the most part. There's a lot of people that will take patterns and they will sell them, because some of them do have commercial rights, like my bat ones do, and stuff like that. So you could always check Etsy, and you could always set it by local sellers and get specifically from Brazil, so then you don't have to pay for any of the imports and stuff like that. There's a lot of artisan plush makers. It's gonna be more expensive, but they're pretty cool. There we go. Chat, we have a tail. We have a tail. So, all of this over here, what I'm gonna do later is I'm going to, once we get to the hand sewing portion, which is usually at the end, I'm going to shove all of this in, and then you won't even see where I flip this. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tack stitch here and here to attach it to the body so it'll stand straight up. So there we go. There's the tail. All right, let's do the ears next. So let's cut those out. So once again, we're gonna have to put on the accent fabric first before we do anything. You missed it when I was trying to draw everything out, Riley. There's a reason why it took me so long. I had to draw the eyes and everything. You'd have to pay $400? Christ almighty. Next time I go to IKEA and I get a Blaharge, I'll just send it to you. You might have to wait, though. Because I have not gone to an IKEA in a while. It's unfortunately not anywhere near me. I think it's like 3 hours away. But I have one. I sleep with it every night. He's a trans icon. And then I tried to get another one, and my roommate yelled at me and said, "Where are you putting it?" And I was like, can I sleep with the second one? Alright, this is extra fabric. Okay, so chat, all that's left in the white over here is just the body pieces. So first, let's get the ear accents. We're gonna put those on first. We should probably also put on the belly eventually as well. I think when we go to put on the belly, we'll have to put on the eyes as well. Okay, so ear. That's eye. Where's the other ear? See, we have the bottom. So the entire bottom is going to be in this color, too. And ear. Okay. Hi, Pyrrha. It's making it out. I routinely spend at least $100 or $200 on just, like, fake plants and real plants and things, so we can't go very frequently. That there isn't an IKEA in South America. Christ almighty. I'll send you one. You might have to pay, what are they called? The import fees? The duty taxes? Tariffs. You might have to pay for the tariffs, but... No. I like the salmon, but I get it without all the other stuff. So I always get salmon and mashed potatoes without all the stuff on top of it, and peas. And then sometimes my roommate will get the jelly, and I just put it on top of the salmon. Alright, so ear. So first, we have to attach this accent fabric. So that's gonna go... Is it like this? It's like this. So, if I put this over here... I'll pay a donkey-related money. Oh my god, no. The hell is donkey-related money? Okay, that goes there. See, my problem is when I send people stuff, I also go, that means that they want this, this, and this, right? Chat, did I flip this wrong? I don't think this is correct. Hold on, did I cut these wrong? Did I not flip one of these? No, I flipped it. So which one goes here? Wait, which way does the nap go? So the nap goes like this. So it has to go up like this. So which way does this nap go? It goes like this. So it has to go like this. So you have to go to this one. Which means that you have to go to... What? Oh, I did 2 backwards ears. Oh, shit. Hold on. Hold on, I fucked this up, chat. Hold on. I need one of the other ears that's flipped. So this is the ear that's flipped. So... let's do this here. I do owe a couple of people bats and different stuffed animals and things, so chat, always hit me up. I have a funky P.O. box that I could send things from, don't worry. And go like this, and like this, and like this. Okay, that's better. Chat, remember that whole flipping thing that I was talking about? I forgot to do that. But we're good now, so now this'll match. So, we're gonna do this. So this is going to get pinned. I gotta make sure that it matches on the other side. Or when I go to sew this down, I think I can go up a little bit more. So I'm gonna sew it on this side, so I want to make sure that it's going to match. Otherwise, we're going to miss. So as you can see, chat, here's our lines. I sent packages. It's just interesting boxes. Listen, it was the box that I had, okay? Alright, I needed the hand massager. And it was a really nice box. And I went, oh, it's like a present. And it's really well, it's really well set so that the arm massager thing wouldn't fall out. So I was like, I'm just gonna reuse this box. It is a really nice box. It really is. Had a flip top and everything. I was like, why is this such a nice box? I was like, I'm using it. Yesterday, one of my roommates got a whole bunch of, like, CPAP related stuff, and I was like, I think I want this box for shipping. So I have, in my closet, I have a whole bunch of random boxes, too. To gaslight, to people to judge. Listen, the only people that see it are going to be the people that are sending the stuff off. And listen, they've seen it all. At least it's not an Adam and Eve box. Alright. So, we've got this one. Now, let's see about trying to set this one into the exact position. So there is at least a little bit of, like, a thing on the other side that I can kind of go off of as to where we're gonna go. That's if I match it up correctly. I just want to make sure that there's enough fabric, you can feel it. Enough fabric on both sides that when I sew this down, that it's not gonna, like, rip through, and there won't actually be anything there. Okay. Alright, chat. I do not have a bunch of Adam and Eve boxes, fortunately. I know that some people, when they're shipping for their businesses and stuff, they'll get, like, the fancy packaging and stuff like that. I do have some of those from when I was shipping things quite frequently, like, especially bats and stuff. So I have a whole bunch of really nice, like, bubble mailers that are yellow and stuff like that. The problem is a lot of the stuff that I ship now is much bigger than those little mailers. Like, they're literally just, like, the little tiny sacks. So, unfortunately, I can't use them. But man, if I'm just shipping a bat, have I got bags for that? I'd love to send a meme shirt. You can always send it through Throne. Alright, chat. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and sew this down first. So we're gonna do just like we did. Did you tell me the shirt? No, what shirt did you send? I mean, listen, Proton sent me a donkey. You can always send me surprise gifts through Throne. It's gonna be a little bit more expensive, but then I don't need your guys' address, and then you guys don't need mine, so it's perfect. You can freely order... Oh, the priority boxes? Yeah, I used to get a whole bunch of those. So it's free boxes. The only problem is then you gotta ship it priority. Rainbow and flowers. I have pubic lice. Christ almighty. I know. Could you just fly? I used to do that because I used to have to do the social media too, and I'd be like, oh, this bat's flying off to such and such. So I'd take a picture of every bat and be like, bye bat, have fun flying off. Alright. So that's done. And that's done. So did I miss? Actually, I think we got it, chat. So this will be the inner ear. So now that's all set. And remember how I was talking about trying to put the nap of the fur? It's called nap, N-A-P. Trying to put it all one way. So this matches this. So when you go to pet it, it's going to be like this. But when you pet it the opposite way, it's going to look all funky. So I want it so that everything always matches. So when you pet it, it's going to be correct. Alright, next ear. And then we'll trim those, and then we'll do the satin stitch. Then we should probably do the belly? Question mark? I think we'll do the belly next. Okay. So we'll sew this down. I'm sorry my machine's very squeaky. I'm so sorry. It's the... I have a specialized foot. It's called a walking foot. If you've ever sewn before, you'll know that the bottom, especially with the sewing machine, will kind of drag the pieces a little bit. Especially because of they're called little feed dogs. They're the little tiny feet that force the fabric to walk for you. The problem is it only pulls it one way, which means sometimes when you pin things, it'll move. So, the walking foot is another set of feed dogs, but on the top. So it's always going at a consistent rate. So hopefully your fabric does not move, or if it does, it's very minuscule in comparison to if you're not using one. So chat, if you ever have a sewer in your life and you want to get them a present, buy them a walking foot. It's a spectacular little invention. Alright, this one missed a little bit. But I think I might be able to get away with satin stitching it down. As you can see, there's a little bit of a hole here. But I did also make this so that this is actually longer than what we actually need the thing to be. So, alright. Let's take the fancier, thinner stitches, or scissors. So as you can see, this one actually comes to a point. It's actually got a little bit of a divot here, and it goes directly in. Whereas these ones are always going to be a little bit more straight. These ones are easier to get into little crevices and stuff for this. Evolution of the sewing machine? The fact that we don't have to sit here and hand pump it anymore with our feet the entire time is spectacular. Like the one that Ender posted where you have to sit there and you have to, you know, rock it back and forth in order for it to work. I would have the best calves in the world. I'd have the best, most amazing calves in the world. I really would. But the amount of sewing that I do... Alright. And there we go. So this will be the inner bit of the ear. So when we go to fold it, it's going to be something like this. So it's going to hide most of that anyway. Be able to kick a toddler? Oh boy, would I. Oh boy, would I. Alright, same thing. We're gonna very, very carefully. So usually what I'll do is I'll kind of fold it a little bit and force the other piece up so that I can get as close as possible without ripping out that stitch that I did. Okay. See. There we go. See? Now all that crumb is off. We don't need any of that extra fabric. I could kind of trim this a little bit more. So see, as you fold it, you'll see a little bit more here. I don't want to go too close, because then I'm in danger of taking out this stitch that's holding it all down. We're like a fuddler, shut up. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create this little satin stitch. So back to 4.5, 3.5. So this is just a regular zigzag stitch. Everybody's machine's going to be a little bit different, but you can finagle with your settings. And you want it to actually be closer together so that you get these kind of stitches like this. It just looks more professional this way. So that's why I try and do it on the edges of these when I'm piecing things on. Versus if I was to just attach something kind of like this. So it kind of creates this little bit of like a focal point for you to stare at. And it covers up the edges. So as you can see, like that's kind of crummy looking. It could use some cleanup. Like it could go a lot closer. Whereas if I cover this up with stitching, you won't see it. And you could do this in multiple colors. Like, I could grab this color that I have that's close to this honeydew and do it in there. I could do it with a totally different color. Alright, so that's on. Let's go ahead and pivot. Let's go up the side. Now, what some people do is they will actually go over this multiple times, over and over. That's how you get it closer and you get it a little bit more broad and thicker. But I don't think we need it for this because it's two light colors. So you're not even going to be able to see it anyway. Even though I'm doing all this work. It's mainly just for me. I've talked about this before, but I'm like too much of a perfectionist. And if I know something's a problem, I'm going to want to fix it and I'm going to regret it. I will send this away, Riley will have it, and I will go, can you send it back? I want to fix this. So I try and do it correct the first time. Or at least up to a standard that I like. How you start and end sewing that the ends just don't pull itself. So, What I do when I'm on my machine is I have this little fancy button right here. You can kind of vaguely see it. Hold on. We're gonna move. Choom! Can you see it? Oh! Hold on. We're going on a fun adventure. Sorry, chat. Woohoo! There we go. That works. I don't know why it flipped like that. Wait, can I do this? Hold on. Chat, there's these funky buttons on the side. Oh, no. Hold on. Yeah, that works. So I have a little backwards button here. So what I do... I'm sorry it's a little shaky. It's because I'm holding it and my arms shake. So I have this button, and what that does is that pulls the needle up and down, because it is computerized. Or I have this one that actually goes backwards from where you started. So what I do... quite frequently is I will go back and forth quite a few times, and what that does is it creates a little knot by having the stitching on top of itself a couple of times. So you could do the same thing with hand sewing. Hold on. Chat, that's just my plush collection. I have a lot. So does that make sense? So I start stitching, then I go backwards, then I go forwards. So it goes back over the original stitching with that exact same line, so what it does is it creates a little bit of a knot. It's so hard to describe. You just have to go back and forth. If you're hand sewing, you put a knot at the end of your thread. And you have to go from the wrong side up to the right side. But there we go. Here. Here. Chat, always ask me questions about sewing. I have a wealth of knowledge. I've been sewing since I was... I would have been in middle school, so how long ago was that? 2004? Sewing my fingers together. Yo, same. There's a bar, as you could kind of see on the walking foot, and I'll put my fingers here, and if they're too high up, when the needle goes down, I'll get my knuckle stuck in there, and it'll actually jam against my knuckle. Knock on fucking wood, I have not sewn my fingers together yet. Yet. One of these days, today will be that day. But not today, hopefully. We do not want the Snoof to taste blood. Okay. So now this time I didn't go backwards. That's because we're doing this satin stitch. Unfortunately, if I go backwards and things like that, it'll actually get stuck, and we don't want that. So I'm just gonna very gently pull the fabric from behind with my other hand. So that's where my other hand's going. I bet you'll love it. Oh no. You broke a surgery? You know what? That's not surprising. To a new camera angle? Yeah, I had to move it. It's in the other room in Defiance. I started using a serger after my 3rd sewing machine. Sergers are difficult. Sergers know when you're afraid of them. They know when you're afraid. Same thing with an embroidery machine. When you're afraid, they know. They know, and they will destroy everything that you ever put in it. Hi, Sura. There we go. Ear. Is this a better angle, actually? There we go. That's a little better. Kind of moved it a little bit. Actually, I think if I do this, and then this, and then this. Yeah, there we go. That's better. First form of coding was for sewing machines? Yeah. Something's out of sync, but... Oh, then it might be... So there's a bar inside. You can kind of vaguely see it on this one. So there's a bar that goes up and down. And what it does is that actually puts your needle, especially for the serger, it actually has 2 of them. So it has 2 for the top and 2 for the bottom. Likely, if it's not actually sewing correctly, it could be that that rod inside is completely bent. Now that's how I broke one of my machines. Or it could just need tuning, which you can take that to any sewing place. So what they do is it has timing. So it needs, because there's 4 of them, it needs these 2 to go, then these 2 to go. So if it's out of sync, it'll go like this. And then it won't do anything. You need it to be like this. That one I don't know how to fix. I know there are people that know how to fix it, but go to an authorized retailer. Let them do it. AC was to remove the humidity of the place to make threads? That's not surprising, too. Because thread, especially if it's too hot or too cold, it'll snap more frequently. And that's why you should also replace your thread after a couple of years. You shouldn't have like 30, 40, 50-year-old thread. It has to be stored properly. Otherwise, it's utterly useless because it'll just keep snapping and breaking. Doesn't work and I don't need it. I used mine... I bought mine when I was still working at the craft store back in 2018. I think I've used it 4 times. Once to make a whole bunch of Girl Scout sashes. Once to make an Ophelia cosplay. Most recently to finish a quilt. And then, what was the other one? What else did I use green for? I can't remember what the other one was. That's all I've done. To make some mask inserts? Oh, that makes sense. No, it was... That's all I've needed it for. So, alright, there we go, chat. We got 2 ears. So now, what I'm going to do is we're going to take those other 2 pieces of the ears, and we're going to put those down, and I'm going to use this piece to sew, because I know that this is all correct. If I use it off of the other one, I could miss. I'm planning next day to get the Frog Detective plushie. Aww. Frog Detective is a precious little guy. I do have it on the list now for us to play it. I promise, Luna. He's a good little detective guy. We're gonna play it. I'm gonna force everybody to meet Lobster Cop and laugh about Lobster Cop. Alright, so let's pin here. And let's pin here. Now this whole bit down here at the bottom, I'm actually gonna leave this open. So I can actually put some pins here and I won't have to remove it. We could just leave them in. So this is what I was talking about sewing into the seams. So this is going to go up to about here. And you're not going to see any of this underneath. So that's why I was saying that little bit that was kind of sticking. That's fine. It's not going to do anything, chat. You can kind of vaguely see it. So from here over is what you're going to see. Where this pin is, where this top is, this is what you're going to see. So you're not going to see anything from underneath. And this is where we're going to fold it to. So, alright, so that's one side. Let's go ahead and pin down the other. And it's the same thing, chat. Because these are already flipped as well, so we already know that these are going to be the correct sides. So we're going to do the same thing. Pin it in a couple of spots. It shouldn't move too much. Plus, I don't really care what's on the other side, wherever I put those initial lines on. Because as long as it matches one, it's fine. So that's why sometimes I'll actually end up putting extra pieces here, like you should trim that. I just leave it. Because I'd rather have more fabric and not have the other side miss and sew back onto itself than anything else. Thanks, Riley. We all gotta drink some water. I think I want to get a new water bottle. But it seems like such a waste, and I love my water bottle. But it doesn't keep anything cold. And I'm sad. But I also don't... I also don't... I want cold water. But I'm very particular about water bottles. It has to have, like, a plastic top, otherwise I don't like it. Oh, no, I fucked up. Oh, no, I forgot to switch the thingy. Oops. I was looking at that one. Does it have a hard plastic tip thing? Drinker? Or is it that crappy, gross silicone? I don't like silicone. I don't like chewing on it. I chew on the plastic. I'm terrible. I chew on the plastic. It's plastic? Maybe. I chew on plastic. I chew on wax. You should not chew plastic. I do it anyway. We've talked about this. I have pica. I chew on things. I used to eat my hair a lot. I eat paper. I chew the rubber. I used to chew the rubber feet of Barbie dolls until it would be the little plastic bit that sticks out. That didn't feel very good. I didn't like that. Wait, you could get chew toys for that? Wait, you can? Alright, there we go. There's an ear. So we'll flip this. What do you mean, poor Barbies? They understood when they entered my house, they were gonna look like the rest of them. And my mom finally said, she was like, I'm not gonna get you anymore until you stop chewing them. And I was like, okay. So then instead I started chewing on other stuff so my mom would give me more Barbies. I had like a couple of Barbies that I refused to chew on kids' clay. I ate paste. I accidentally put a kneaded eraser in my mouth. I've talked about that. Chat, don't do that. It kind of melts like kinetic sand and it's disgusting. It just like melts all over your tongue. Ugh. It was so bad. Don't do it. I did it just absent-mindedly because I would just shove whatever I could in my mouth. Oh, plastic water bottle tops. You know, like when you get like a regular water bottle, especially if it's the thinner plastic, I'll chew on that. Can you post a site? Pyrrha, can you do the permit thing? It's so hard for me to do it on here. You're ready for fidget chompies. Alright, there we go. There's the other ear. Okay, so let's... That's the wrong one. Let's do that. Stop chewing on things. Oh no, I still chew on things, especially paper. Paper, and I know this is gonna sound really gross. You guys can mute really quick if you want. You guys know when they send, like, the samples in the mail? For, like, you know, cards and stuff like that, and it's got that little glue dot in the back? That little piece of, glue that sticks. And it's not, like, proper glue, it's, like, a little thing that you can kind of, malleate and stuff like that. I chew on that. No? You never had that where it's like... So, like, they send you a flyer, and there's a card, and the card is always stuck to the paper. There's, like, a little dot. It's like a little bit of plastic, almost, that kind of holds it in place so it doesn't fall off. Maybe it is American. I don't know. But, I like chewing on those. They're like little dots of glue, essentially. It's like, yeah, it's like rubber cement, but it's not actually rubber cement. It's just like a little bit that they put. Oh, there we go, chat. Ear. So now, where's that fold line? So it's right here. So we're gonna fold this. So chat, there's the ear. So now, let's really quickly, while I have this fold like this, I'm just gonna tack it down really quick. This isn't a proper stitch, it's just like a basic stitch. And this is just gonna keep that fold line there. And there we go, chat. There's an ear. Chat, we got an ear! See, so now you've got this nice stitching all around over here. It's called a blanket stitch, or it could be a satin stitch when it's really close together. This would probably be closer to a blanket stitch, if anything. I wonder if I could... Hold on, chat. Oh, that might be a little too dark. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Now we're not as bright. That should be a little better. Yeah. Hold on, I liked it better the other way. There we go. Look at that. You posted it in Discord. It's Chew Jewelry. Okay, I'll have to go look later. Alright. Let's go ahead and trim this one down as well. We'll trim both sides because both sides have some extra tidbits that we don't need. Oh, chat, I couldn't have nachos yesterday. I did have a queso chicken soup, though. That was pretty good. But one of the roommates is very Catholic, and Ash Wednesday started. So Lent is officially started, and now we can't have meat on Fridays. So damn it. Was a real game? No, it is a real game. It's apparently a real game on itch.io, but listen, my ray tracing is up really high, okay? My RTX ray tracing is doing great. No, apparently it's a game where you're like a prisoner and you have to sew a whole bunch of stuff or something like that. I don't know. Maybe at some point, as a joke, I'll actually play the game. And we'll pretend that I'm actually sewing. Alright. Ear. Okay. Ear. Ear. Alright. Chat, ear. Got some crudle to get rid of. And ear. Chat, Snoof ear. So, where's that fold line that I drew? Oh, it's on the other side. Okay, so it has to go like this. What's Ash? No, it's not. No, it's not Ash Wednesday. No. That's the religious thing. But yeah, that was this week. So chat, feel for all of your Catholic friends that all cannot eat meat anymore. All right, I think we need to pull this a little farther because I want this to match. Yeah, I think that's far enough. So we'll do the same. So this is where this fold is going to go. I feel like this is too far in. How did I... That's a little better. That's much better. Alright, chat. Ear time. Also, Sura, when is your bat stream? Real talk. When are you making a bat? You hit that goal, I would like to see bat. Oh yeah, fish is fine. So we're either gonna have fish tonight, or I was saying maybe we'll just do homemade cheese pizza. Oh god, Nightbot. Nightbot scared the bejesus out of me because I was like, who the fuck just sent me an essay? Because it takes up half my screen on mobile. Chat, we got ears! Chat, ears! Plural! There we go. So it'll look kind of like that. Chat, ears! Here's the, So, it's gonna be down kind of like this. Chat, ears! Those are big-ass bat ears, but it works. So we got ears, we got tail, which is gonna look something kind of like that. Yeah! See, chat, now you know how to make a pattern based off of some paper. Now you know how to make a pattern based off of paper towel. Now you guys know how to do satin stitching. Like, I'm teaching you guys everything. At this rate, you guys are going to start making your own stuffed animals, and you guys aren't going to need me anymore. You guys will not need me. Okay, so next, we could either attach everything to the front, or we can make the wings. I'm half tempted to say I think the wings will be easier. So let's do those. So let's cut those out. So I'm going to move that all over, so that should all be for the face now. I'm in my chaos era? Yo, same. I have so many projects that I need to finish. So I was like, I need to do some of these projects on stream, the ones that I can do. Because a lot of them are presents for other people. And I hate to say it, but chat, I love you all. You guys will go and run and fucking tell the hills. Guys, did you hear Q's doing gobbledygook for so-and-so? And then I'll be like, guys, why would you do that? And you'll be like, I don't know, lol. Alright, so this piece is a little smaller. And we'll put it like that, okay? I can't say what it is, otherwise you guys are definitely gonna run and tell them. I've got some presents I need to give to some people, and I've got some people that hit me up for some commissions for certain things as well. Alright, we're gonna put this piece to this piece, okay? No, it's not a donkey. Although, if we do fundraise my chair, I did promise you guys I will make another donkey, but chat will get to pick all the colors and everything again. Just like we did with Chat Bat. Oh, now I know. Yeah, you know what it is. And you know that I'm on a time crunch. You know that I got a couple weeks. I got a couple weeks. I gotta make some cute outfits. I just bought everything that I could. I've got what, 3 weeks, something like that. And then I promise that the other ones are gonna be done by the end of March. So I am gonna take a couple of days off just so I can sew. It's gonna be nice. Pulls out our $2,000 donut, you wish. No, it's a permanent all the time. I've talked about this. All of these goals and stuff, like the 2,000 followers, the wait, actually, if you haven't seen, hold on, chat, because some of you guys might be very confused. Hold on. That. So chat, if you haven't seen before, we have a number of goals that I said that we'll work on. Ah! I dropped my phone stand. It launched itself across the room. I thought I just broke my phone. I stepped on the headphone cord. I'm stuck on the microphone cord. Okay. Chat, that's better. Oh, that was a little scary. Oh, that was a little scary, but I figured it out. Hi. Oh, I'm sure you do. Just like Proton said bet for the fucking donkey plush. I don't want you guys to. Like, these are all the time goals. There is no time limit on these. These are just for fun things. So, we'll do the Project Zomboid community server. I'm hoping by that point Build 42 will be stable enough that we can run it. That's why it is such a high amount. So, but then we also said that we're going to play Planet Zoo on hard. That's always been a permanent goal for 500 subs. So, chat, it's not going anywhere. Same thing with the chair. And then same thing with the iPhone, too. So, like when you did that $100 dono, you did. Oh boy, did you. You have the white version of that chair? I know, I tried looking for somewhere around here that has, like, because you were saying that office, like, pre-used stuff. I can't find one near me, unfortunately. I tried looking. I really tried. So I might just have to order a brand new one and be done with it. It's what the hell is it called? A Herman Miller. They're very fancy office chairs. They're typically used by a lot of coders or a lot of people who do a lot of architecture stuff, and you have to sit for very long periods. I currently have a gaming chair. Chat, I don't care what anybody says, don't get a gaming chair. They're garbage. Don't do it. I don't care that everyone's like, oh, I've had my gaming chair for 6 years. Chat, you guys do not sit in this chair for 11 hours. I have destroyed 3 of them. I have destroyed 3 of these. Herman Millers are built to last, and they're gonna last for a long time. I've gone through 3 gaming chairs in about 4 years. I locked the lean back. One of those, I actually, the back fell off. So then we just used it as a stool. Because if you've never seen with the gaming chairs, there's the back and there's the bottom piece, and it's held together with the arm. So both of your arms stick into the pieces. So if those sockets for the screws fall apart, your whole chair falls apart. The arm doesn't fall off, the whole thing does, because there's nothing holding it together. It's not one solid piece for the chair itself. It's a bottom and it's a back, and that's it. It always rotated to the left. Mine does too. Yeah. Nope, I'll never get another gaming chair in my entire life. They are... I'm sure, like, the really fancy ones are probably much better, but I'm not dropping $2,000 on a gaming chair when I could drop $2,000 on a proper chair that we know works. So, you know. In case server decides to break. I did... Oh, this is gonna sound so bad. I did have a chair break under me in the middle of stream. Back when I used to be a flesh tuber. And chat at the time was very kind, and they donated for me to go get a new crappy chair from Walmart. It was the worst because it was in the middle of stream. It was absolutely the worst. Horrendous. I was so embarrassed. I didn't know what the hell to do. Like, what do you do after that? You can't keep going. You're like, well, my chair's broken. I just fell. Oh yeah, all of my wheels are all busted, and for this chair in particular, they have a whole bunch of little pieces. I don't think I can run this with the pin. We're just gonna have to go and Hail Mary it, chat. If I have to cut out more wings, I will. A black hole was created, fuck off. Alright, and see, as you can see, I hit this button and it goes backwards, so you can hear it. That's what that click is every time. Okay. Let's see. I cut this a little close, so I'm hoping that this stays. Alright. I'm gonna do an extra stitch here at the bottom. Because when you go to actually turn it out, sometimes it'll pucker. One of the best ways to prevent that is to go 90 degrees in between where you're going to and add an extra stitch just going across it. It'll prevent that puckering. Alright. We're gonna do the same thing, going forward, hit the button, go backwards. I don't know how to go about choosing. I got recommended a Herman Miller one from a friend of mine that was an architect. So she had to sit for very many long hours. And she was like, you know, these are built for people that have to sit here and draft for a long, long time. She's like, I've never had any back problems with it. So I think any of those and any ones that are specifically geared towards sitting for many, many hours, I think are going to be better and are going to last longer than a gaming chair would. Gaming chairs are not meant to. I swear to God, why does it keep stopping? Chat, I'm so mad. Chill hop, why? Why? Is it doing it every hour, chat? Oh, I think it is. 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's doing it once per hour. You know what? That's actually a good gauge of how long it's been. Okay, so here we have a wing. It's a little crazy looking, but hold on. Well, the Herman Miller one also has a what are you doing with this kind of quiz type of thing. So that's why I'm going based off of that, of like which model. That's the one that it recommended to me. And that's the one that I know my friend was using too. If you click on the link in my throne, you can go take a look at it. But I know they have cheaper ones and different ones that do different things. Okay, so I'm going to keep that there. Chat, let's go hit the music. I have to very carefully not run over my cord. And also the back of this chair is too far back, so I keep hitting the little tiny wall that's behind me. Okay. Nope, I'm stuck. What am I stuck on? I'm stuck. Alright, much better. Oh wait, I can put more slack! Oh my god, the mic cord was wrapped around this little doohickey at the bottom. God damn it. Okay. Alright. Hi chat, I'm back. Alright, now we're gonna very carefully try and flip this bat wing the correct way. Unfortunately, it's a very tiny, narrow opening. So we're gonna be very, very careful. So these are my little hemostats. So you can use them to grab on. Nope, I lost it. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, chat, it's so narrow. Riley, why would you make such tiny bat wings? Alright, let's see if... Okay, that's better. It is a medical tool. It's the little holders. So it just holds it. Alright, let's see. I know you found it fun. I didn't. Oh, nope. I'm stuck. Hold on. I've got to try and poke out the little bottoms of the wings very carefully without busting through my stitching. Okay, there we go. Tiny wings. Very, very tiny wings. Now I'm going to top stitch on here. And what that's going to do is that's going to create the little divots, you know, when like your wings fold up. Would it be easier to push on the outside? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it's a little harder. Depends on how tiny this is. I can't open these. As you can see, it's that narrow of an opening. It's so narrow. So if I do it from the outside, unfortunately, it'll grab everything. And what it'll do is it'll actually get stuck in certain places. So it's pretty much just at this point, you just gotta kind of feel around with it and see where is the problem, where is it stuck to, you know, can you push that through? And I'm gonna take these edges over here, like we did for the tail, and we're gonna shove the raw edges in. And later on, when I'm hand sewing, I'm just gonna hand sew that down. So then you won't see the edges that I just puffed out. There we go. So now it'll look a little bit better. All right, so let's pop that back out so I have something to sew onto. Let's do that top stitching. And I still have to do the other wing as well. Oh, God. Oh, no, chat. Wing part 2. Okay. Are we ready? Let's do it on... This side looks better, so let's go on this side. Maybe I should puff it in first. Hold on. I changed my mind, chat. It may not go through the sewing machine, but I think if I push all this in first, I might be able to lock it down so that then I don't have to hand sew it in later. Like, I'll still have to hand sew it to the plush, but hopefully I won't have to hand sew this edge. Let's see. Alright. It's a little thick, because you got all that extra fabric, all of that excess in here, but let's see. So, let's do the outer bit first. So this is going to create that ridge that you see at the top of the wing. I'm going to very gently push this in. Oh, it made an angry noise? Nope, it's stuck. God damn it. Stop making angry noises. Just go forward. I'm just gently pushing it through the machine. Oh, it caught? Oh, nope, it's caught on something. What are you caught on? Hold on. Surgery. Okay. I think I got it. Oh. Nope, it's stuck again. Okay, that might be better. Oh, it's pushing through. All right. Chat, the machine is going. I don't know how it is, but it is. Okay. There's a little bit of a wing divot. I know it's hard to see, but it's there, so it's going to create a little small line, chat. It's so tiny. Here, you can see it better on this side. Here, wait, actually, you can see it better on Velvet's because I did a different color. See? So that's what you do in order to create the little lines that you would have on a wing. So it goes like that. Like, I could probably do this in a different color, but I was hoping that the white would show through a little bit more, but it's just kind of sinking in. But this is okay. Because then you're going to have that little bit of a dark divot anyway. Alright, so now we need another one going straight down, so let's put this back. It is definitely a creature. So for Velvet's birthday, which was back in February, Gasherin and I got together, and Velvet always loves getting bat plushies, and I said, wouldn't it be fun if we made a Velvet bat? So we did. So I talked to Gasherin, and I was like, what do you think? And, you know, they were like, oh, well, this would be kind of cute. And I, like, drew over the existing pattern. And I was like, what if we did this? And then I made it. So there's an official Velvet bat plushie now. There we go. Wing. See? You can kind of see the lines a little bit. I know, it's like kind of washed out, but there we go. You can see it. Wing. So that's one. Now we gotta do the other one. I'm gonna set that in the pile. This isn't too bad, honestly. Even with making the pattern, I think if I didn't make the pattern on stream, I think we probably would have been done by now. I'm not making a Skibbity toilet plushie. I'm sure there probably is some already. I did make some Among Us plushies back when people weren't allowed to make them and sell them. I did already make quite a few of them. If you guys go to my website and you go to my portfolio, there should be pictures of them. My portfolio is a mess because it's everything from like, here's this really nice thing the Q made, to here's a fucking bunch of Among Us plushies, to here's like a whole bunch of like cookie bats, to here's some VTuber dolls, to here's a giant Eevee, and everyone likes giant Eevees, so I've made like 3 or 4 Eevees, and none of them for myself. I only bought the plushie pattern so that I can make one for myself, and I still have not made one for me. Alright. Ooh, I kind of fucked up that wing a little bit. Let me fix that. Let's fix that a little. I don't have the time to make one for me. That's the problem. I have too many projects. Now I've got to make an axolotl. I've got to make a lizard. I've got to make a whole bunch of bats to be ready for Halloween. Alright, that's a little better. Let's trim this down. I have a whole bunch of commissions. I have people with major life events, such as children, so then I have to make quilts. So everything for myself gets pushed back, because I'm like, I should probably do that. And then everyone keeps saying that I should make a VTuber doll of myself. And I'm like, I probably shouldn't, because I have all of these ones I have to make instead. And now sourcing fabric's gonna be rough around here. Where I live in particular, there's quite a few of the craft store that is going out of business that I can't really say. And unfortunately, that's the main place that I can go to around here, because the next closest place is about 2 hours away. Oops. Alright, let's see. If I trim this a little more. So now this is actually a dud line that's on the outside. Not like a dead line, but a dud line, so it's an extra stitch. So that's okay. Yeah, that funny store, yeah. Yeah, the one I totally didn't work at. Alright. I think I inhaled Minky. Oh, excuse me. Alright, can I get this? Alright. I grabbed it a little bit. I might be able to push through over here. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. Alright, now we're gonna very gently go back in, and we're gonna push out those little divots for the bottom of the wing. Oh, I think Critter's back, so I think that means no more stitches. Gave you the M body. I think that's the one that I was looking at too. I don't know if it purposely picks the most expensive one, but I also use the chair not only for sewing, but streaming, and also just gaming in general. So, and anytime that I have to do work for stream as well, I have to sit in that chair. I have to sit for very long periods of time. Yeah, see, with art too, we sit a lot. That's why I want to get back into walking. I want to walk at least 1 hour every day. Oh, and then I convinced my roommate, I said we should start hiking. And I found there was a magazine that has a list of all the hiking trails for here about 2 hours. And I was like, this summer, I want to go on every one of these. He's like, okay, bet. And I was like, okay, we're doing it. So chat, I'm gonna go hiking. Maybe I'll take chat bat. We'll snap some pictures at some of the different trails. There we go, chat. Wing! Alright, so let's do the same. Let's shove these edges in. Very carefully. Alright. So now you won't know that that's there. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna do that top stitching all the way down. Sura, when you go to make the bat too, that's what you're also going to need to do, is to do that top stitching line all the way down to get that fancy bat kind of pattern. Took your arms off? Wait, you could do that? You could take the arms actually off? I won't lie, I sometimes also sit cross-legged. I also put out a nice ottoman everywhere that I sit, because I'm lazy and I like putting my feet up. All right, let's see. Can I get this to go through? No, I'm gonna have to shove it through. Okay, a little more. Nope, it won't go forward. A little bit more. Because it's so thick, the feed dogs at the bottom that I was talking about, the little step things that pull it through, won't grab it. Do you personalize the box? No, not the box, because I used to send everything in bags. I wonder if I can grab one of the bags so I can show you what I'm talking about. Hold on. No, I would send extra goodies instead. There were a couple of times when I would send the dolls that I would draw in the box if it was somebody that I knew personally, like Rika. But the problem is a lot of times when things are shipped, the drawings and the personalization on the outside, it ends up getting destroyed. Alright. Here's the top bit. Okay. Let's trim this. Alright, and then we've got this little bit here in the center that we have to go straight down. I almost just knocked my phone off of the workbench. This is normal, chat. So we're going to do the same thing. And create the top stitching line all the way down. Oh. And there we go, chat. We got 2 wings. I think this one looks better. I don't want to say that I'm picking a favorite, but I think I'm picking a favorite, chat. I think this one's my favorite. Chat, another wing! So we did it! So these ones are going to be completely flipped. So it's going to be like this. So we could just attach those. You've been diagnosed with no more stitches? Yay, Critter! I couldn't look at his hand. This whole week and a half, I could not look at his hand. I could not. I get terrible sympathy pains, and I would just get, you know, when like something wigs you out and it starts from the bottom of your spine and it goes all the way up and it feels like a stinging pain? That's what would happen every time that I would look at it. Hi, Cap'n. There we go, wings. I'm so excited. Okay, so chat, next on our list is the body itself. So we've got a couple of pieces here. So we've got 2 eyes that we're gonna have to attach. Riley, I'm taking artistic liberties. The eyes are gonna be honeydew. And I've got the belly, so we have to put the belly on one of the pieces. Whichever one we do, that's officially the front. So let's pick out. Chat, let's go with this one. That's fine. Okay, good. I don't think I have a color that's slightly darker than honeydew. So, alright. Pattern, you can go. I'll grab one of my little envelopes and I'll throw all this in later. And I'll have this as the official Snoof pattern. Should make a pattern with the help of chat? What the hell would we decide on? We could barely get chat bat colors to work out well. Let's put that over here. Chat, knock on wood. I don't think I have to cut any more honeydew. Knock on wood. Let's clean up a little bit. Let's put this pencil away. Put this away. Okay. Hold on, chat. I really think I inhaled a piece of this Minky. Ugh. Alright. I think we're better. I just blew everything away. Okay. Chat. Now, what we need to do is we need to cut all these pieces out. One of the ladies that I used to work with, she used to joke about that. She's like, my husband isn't going to have to pay for embalming. She's like, with the amount of crap that we inhale from all of this fabric, she's like, with the amount of formaldehyde that they use to print all of this, she's like, I think I'm going to be fine. And real talk, after I quit that job, a lot of my breathing issues went away. You think I get sick a lot now? I got way sicker when I used to work there. I'm just gonna cough up a completely finished plushie one day. Maybe that's what my lore is. Maybe I don't actually sew. Maybe that's my magic, is I just cough up a plushie and it's just done. Every time that I get sick and I cough up, it's actually because I'm making a plush. And I'm just about to throw one up, essentially. Alright, chat. So, this is gonna seem really weird, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sew this tiny dart here first. Remember when we made this, I did it as if that dart wasn't there. I will always take art. I will always take art, and I will put it on my newfangled schedule. And I will post it in the Discord. Which, speaking of, Ham was supposed to give me art. I don't know what happened with that. I didn't get an email about it. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck! Damn it! Am I sure? Yes, I'm sure. Someone's gonna make inflation art of me at one point. I'm just gonna have to go, yep, fine. Someone's gonna draw sexy art of me, and I'm just gonna be like, alright, fine, I can't stop you. This is why artists are powerful. Alright, so let's do this first. This one is gonna be an official one. This is gonna be our front. Okay. So see, now this is where we're gonna put the belly. Okay, now it's gonna have a little bit of shape to it. So this is why we had to do this first. Otherwise it was gonna get really screwed up. So how far up does this need to go? If we take a look at the original, it needs to go up to approximately here. So I'm going to put a pin here so that I know that this is where the belly should go. Because remember, we put extra down here that we didn't need. No, it's not Kong. No. We're making Riley Snoof. It's just for the memes and people liking it. I think it's half and half. I think there is definitely some people that really like it. Okay. So now this is attached. Actually, I wonder if it would be easier. What happened to that belly piece? Okay. I'm going to very carefully, with the pen that I just put away, going to very carefully draw out where it is that we're going to be sewing this down at. There we go. Now that should be fairly even. So if I put this here, and I put a pin, and I flip this over, okay, so this should match up on both sides. All right, chat, so we're going to do the same thing as we did last time. I am going to do this. Is that a fountain pen? No, it's a Japanese stationary gel pen. It's a Uniball Signo DX in 0.28. It's a very tiny, thin pen. Thank you, Cap. And chat, everybody drink water. See, I've got a nice blue water bottle. Isn't it cool? It keeps all the crap out of it. No, Uniball. Uniball. Signo. S-I-G-N-O. And it's a DX. They're very thin pens. I get a whole bunch of them at once. I order like 20 of them. I use these so much. Until the fluff's invade. Well, that's why I have an enclosed water bottle. Because I know that I'm going to get crap in it. And that's why we clean it every 2 days. 2 or 3 days. I'm a stickler for cleanliness, chat. Alright, let's put on this belly real quick. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to outline it first, and then we're going to trim it down. Alright. I'm going to get rid of this pin, because otherwise I will run it over. And we do not want that. Okay. The hands and then cleanliness. I know, It's easier to see now that they're not brown and they're actually black. I am always going to be covered in this fluff. This is why when I say that I'm going to sew, I'm devoting the entire day to it. Because I'm not going to be able to cook. I'm not going to be able to clean. I'm not going to be able to do anything. I'd have to change. I gotta clean off everything. And you will find pieces of this everywhere in my workstation. Everywhere in my office. Throughout the house. There we go, chat. So there's the belly. I am absolutely battling fluff. And I'm mad about it. So, let's trim this. Okay. And I need to grab the better scissors. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to trim all of this away. Because we don't need any of it. Oh, don't snip the fabric. That was close. And trimmed. Alright. So, here's the belly piece. And there we go. I could probably trim this a little bit more. Even on my pets, yes, the cat is always covered in fucking minky every time he comes in here. So then I have to sit there and I have to pet him more to try and get all of it off and put it back onto the floor. Sometimes he just comes in and rolls into it because he's a piece of shit. There we go. There's the belly. Alright, so we're gonna do our favorite stitch again. At 0.4. No, 0.5. Poor cat. No, he deserves it. He does it to himself. He routinely does it to himself. Do not say poor cat. Alright, chat. Going back over here. We're gonna stitch this down again, same way. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Well, I have a project that I'm in the middle of, and it has some suiting with it. So he's been a piece of shit, and he's been laying all over it, but thankfully the people I'm giving this to, they also have cats, so I'm like, alright, well, everybody that... all the cats are gonna freak out, and they're all gonna sniff this, but that's okay. At least they're not allergic. So, when I had to do one of the VTuber dolls for one of them that was allergic, he wasn't actually allowed in the room the entire time that I was working on it. And it was for a good month, and he was peeved. Oh boy, was he peeved. Alright, so now that is also stitched down, and it looks much better. It looks a little bit more rounded now because of it. So there we go. Alright, next, we gotta put the eyes on. So, let's place this down. So chat, the original point was over here. So thankfully, this is why I actually cut out the eye as well, so then I could do this. And now I can flip it and do the same thing on the other side, and now I know where this needs to also get stitched down. Is that too close? Do they need to be farther apart? No, they're kind of close together. Maybe I'll stitch them a little farther apart. Maybe I'll start here. Because I still have to put the little tiny W mouth as well. Yeah, let's do that. The W mouth, I think I'm just going to do on the machine itself instead of a proper one. Like a proper, what's the term? Like how I did velvets. Like, I'm not going to do, like, a properly stitched mouth through the embroidery machine. I'm just going to fake it. Alright, so... let's do the eyes first. Or should I do the mouth first? Let's do the eyes first. Eyes are a little bit more important. So, instead, I'm going to do this and move this over. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing over here. So these are now going to be a little set farther apart. And I'm going to gently color this in so I know which one to go for instead of the other one that I drew. That looks much better. That looks way much better. Alright, mouth. Chat, do you think I should do it in black? Should I do this in black, maybe? Chat, what do we think? Yes? It would make it stand out, wouldn't it? Oh, why? Because in the original picture down at the bottom, it does have a little bit of a variation. So in the middle, gray. I think I have gray. Do I have a dark gray? Let me go see. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta climb out of this. Gray? I have ecru, which is like a beige. Oh. Ah! I dropped one. That might work. Gray? It's like a gray blue. It's not like a true gray. So I think that'll work. Hold on, I gotta get back in. I'm gonna trip over this fucking cord. I have to find a better way to do this at some point. Okay. Yeah, let's go with this gray, green, bluish thing. It's kind of like this. So it's not like a true black. Colorblind starts sweating. Listen, I get it. That's why I give a kind of variation, like a hue color to it, or I just call it the name itself. This color is 817. That's the name of this color. Is 817. What's the hex code? 817. 817. No, it's... Let me see. I have the embroidery... Hold on. Oh, how did I attach this? Hold on. Is it... Okay, here we go. It's 817. Chad, I'm not joking. It's just color 817. I don't know why I bother keeping the embroidery chart. It never looks correct. All of the colors always look so different from what it says. I don't know if that's different dye lots. I don't know if they just printed it funkily. I don't know. Oh, I probably should have done the initial bit in white. That's fine. Okay. So... Come on, thread. God damn it. So normally this thread I put into my embroidery machine, which actually has a auto threader, so I don't have to do this normally. Because it's unfortunately very thin and very hard to work with. I don't know why it's stuck. It's probably gonna snap a lot. Okay. Let's kick down the thing a little bit. What are you stuck on? Is it up here? Oh, it is. It's stuck on the little spool. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Where are you stuck? Why are you stuck? Okay. I dropped the piece. Hold on. Okay. That should be better now. Let's pull all this through. Alright, much better. Okay, that's all cleared up. That's all set. Alright, chat. We've got to attach. Ooh, I dropped both of them. Okay. We've got to place these guys so that I will be able to embroider them. And then later on, I'm going to do the little cutout pieces. So here's the eye. Here's that. I'm trying to also have the fabric go the same way with the nap so that when you go to pet it, it's going to follow the same direction still. Okay. Alright, so they should both be attached. Oh no! No! Get off my finger! Fuck! Ow. Ow. Okay. I fixed it. There we go. So now you can kind of see through there. I've actually got both of the eyes lined up. So, hypothetically, if I go to sew this, it should match. Okay? We're gonna move that to the side. I think I'll do the mouth and the gray as well then. Alright. We're just going around... I fucked that up. Go back to the normal one, machine. Okay. Here, pygmy plush, take that. I don't know where my penguin went. Okay. We're gonna keep pivoting slightly so we can make sure that we keep this kind of circular shape. Okay. Okay. Why are you stuck? It's fine. Okay. Oh. And pivot again. Keep going around and meet up with the original spot. Okay. Now, looking at the other side. Shoot, we kind of missed a little bit. For some reason, it pivoted down. I think I should be able to make that work. I think it should be fine. If it's not, I'll rip it out and we'll put another piece here. Okay. There we go, chat. So there's one eye. Okay. Let's very carefully put on the other. And then we'll be able to satin stitch both of them down. Okay, so we're going to do the same. We're going to pull out the pin very carefully. Okay. Alright, rotate a little. Rotate down. Rotate a little more. Chad, I had a big breakfast. Why am I still hungry? Oh, I guess it is 2 o'clock, isn't it? Oh, stop. Why are you still sewing? Sometimes the machine will get stuck and it'll just decide to keep going for some reason. I don't know if it's because I still have my foot on it or it remembers the last input and it just keeps going. Alright, we've met back up. Alright, this one's much better. This one actually stayed. So let's trim and get rid of this excess. All right, now for this one, however, because it's such a very apparent color, I am going to try and make this line going all the way around as thick as possible. So unfortunately, that means a lifetime of going back and forth and back and forth. And I'm going to do the same thing for the face after we're done. And I have to put in the little tiny circle as well. Okay. Chat, we're getting there. It looks like a face. It looks like a screaming face, which is essentially me. Also, you can see how I'm covered. This is my sweatshirt. These are my pants down here. These are my hands. I'm covered in minky everywhere. This is god-awful, chat. I should not have worn black. Alright. To be fair, I always wear black. No matter what I was gonna do, I was gonna be wearing this. And there's thread all over me. Let's get rid of you. Okay. So now that all of this is put on, we can actually do all of the stuff on the front. So we'll go ahead and start marking this down. While I've also got this out here as well, let's place the face. So this is just a temporary disappearing ink pen. I don't have to worry about getting rid of it. We're going to put a little tiny face here. So we could do it out of the same color so we have some continuity. I dropped the cap. Got it. Okay. Back to here. All right, let's get going back and forth. Okay. So see, chat, this is what I was talking about. As you could see, I did similar to what I did before, where I just had it stitched down. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to fill it in because it's a different color, it's very apparent. So, we're going to have to keep going back over it several times until we get this fairly well, broad? How else would you put it? Dark? Dark, maybe? Filled. Fill would probably be a good way to put it. So we want to fill this as much as possible, so we may have to go back and forth quite a number of times. What some people will do is they'll set circles in their embroidery machine at different sizes, and then instead just have their embroidery machine do it. I don't have a proper circle pattern to be able to do that. Alright, I am gonna move you guys, because I gotta see so that I know when it's done. So you might see me. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna break the illusion a little bit. I'm gonna use the back button a little bit as well, so I could fill in some spots where I already have. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm almost done. Almost. Alright, chat, there we go. So you see, now it's much darker, it's much more filled in. It probably could have used a little bit of a stabilizer underneath so that it doesn't have this much kind of puckering action, but I think that's fine. It's also going to be stuffed, so it's not going to be as apparent. Kind of similar to what we did with the pygmy plush. So there we go. So now we got to do the same thing on the other side. And I'm also going to try and put in this little W very carefully. So let me see if I can make the stitches a little smaller. Let's see, chat, if I can do it very carefully. Oh, we're pivoting. We're pivoting, machine. Alright, little tiny W. I'm doing this ever so small. Okay. It's so tiny, chat. It is so unbelievably tiny, you have no idea. Alright, and then we'll pivot again. And this should be the end of the W. Let's see how it looks after I finish this bit. Now I'm just going back and forth. Oh, it's stuck! Urgh! Sometimes if it's too small of an area, it'll drop down into your bobbin area, and then you gotta pull out the physical fabric. Alright, I think I have to go back to the original spot and add in some more. Hold on. Now chat, this is all freehand. Sometimes if people are better, they'll actually like do all of this ahead of time so that it looks better. And then they'll pop it into Adobe Illustrator and create a vector. And what that does is you can actually put that into your machine, and then it'll actually figure it out and it'll put all the stitches for you. Problem is my machine does not do that. I do not have a new enough machine. Now a friend of mine does, and it looks really cool, but I unfortunately do not have that. So we gotta go the old-fashioned way. Alright, so if I put this here... Chat, we got a little tiny W. It's very small. Can I... I think that's more washed out. Hold on. There we go. We got plenty of light now. There we go. Yeah. Alright, other eye. It is definitely an uwu. It is most definitely uwu. Alright, I'm still covered in thread. Let's try and scooch all of this over. Let's try and shake off as much of this as possible. I have so much thread stuck to my hands. Alright, chat, we're gonna do the same thing that we just did over here, but on this eye. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put the little divots over here for the eyes themselves. Because what I can do is with that temporary pen that I just now lost. Where's the eye? That's the tail. That's that. There's the little tiny eyeball. I just had it, chat. Is this it? Oh, it was hidden under the tail. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that temporary pen and I'm gonna mark where it is that I'm gonna sew. Now, I'm not probably gonna do this satin stitch because it is fairly thick, as you can see, and I think we're gonna lose some of that inside bit. So if we do this, as you can see with that temporary pen, if I just sew that down because it's in gray, I should be able to keep it. So let's see if I can very quickly do that. We're gonna do the same thing, just keep pivoting because it is a circle, and there we go. Let's see if I can go back over it to darken it a little bit again. Alright, and now that's done. So once that washes the purple out, which it's going to do generally because the air right now is very, very wet because it's so cold. So it's both air and water soluble, so if I wanted to, I could go and wash this and get all of it out, but it's just going to naturally fade over time. So then we'll have the eyes, so let's go ahead. And do this other eye. And then we could do the same, and then the body is done. All we gotta do is do construction, really. That's it. Isn't that cool, chat? We did it! We did it! We did it! Alright. Back to here. I'm sorry, chat. You're probably gonna see me. 'Cause I'm... actually, you don't really see me, do you? Oh, you kind of do. It's okay, it's just my headset. I'm sorry, chat, I'm not actually a frog. I'm so sorry to break this to you, but I'm not actually a frog. I don't know what you all were expecting. What? I know. I'm a real person and not a frog? What the fuck? Chat, you guys can take back your subs now. Pre-order canceled? Alright. Alright, so now I'm gonna do the same thing where I'm just gonna keep going around and around. I swear you're not missing anything. Okay. Now, because there's already a line there, I can kind of keep it going and kind of push it to where I need it to follow it. So I could kind of keep the circle a little better. Uh-oh, we're stuck. Let go! Alright. Now we're gonna start going forward and backward to fill. Chad, it's like that one Final Fantasy raid, right? Wasn't it forward and back, and then left, and then right, and then other bullshit? And I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Let's do a little bit more over here. And there we go. Alright, that eye is a little worse for wear, but that's okay. I think out of the two, I definitely prefer the first one. But there we go, chat. We got 2 eyes and a mouth. Honestly, if I was to do a bunch of these for people, I'd probably ask somebody to very kindly make me a little vector and then just throw these through the machine. Alright, we're gonna do this again, where we put the little eye shines. So very carefully, we're going to color in with the temporary pen again. We're going to do the same thing, where I'm going to sew that down. Because then I could probably add in, like, the little blush and everything with it. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to in this format, because it's just too small. Oh, I forgot about the thingy. That's fine, it matches. Back to here. Okay. And wrap around. And go this way. And then we're going to back it up a little bit. And we're going to go back the same way that we just went. And do the same thing so that it knots it. Alright. There we go. So see, now we'll have 2 little eyeballs. So let's clear up all of this embroidery thread. Alright, all of this is all cleared. As you can see, now this purple is starting to disintegrate, and it's just leaving behind what's actually there. See? Sometimes if there's moisture on your fingers, it'll just kind of naturally disappear too. So you gotta be careful when you're sewing with it, because you'll start to lose your lines. That's why I like doing, a lot of, stuff instead, where I have to, work on it over long periods of time. That's why I use this roller pen. It's such a skill. I'm glad. I yap a lot. So for me, this is just normal. All right, chat. So now for the important part. We need to try and stitch these ears in. So let's see if I could put these into this seam. It might be a little bit too thick, but let's see. Actually, let's do these little divots first. Because that's going to give us some shape to kind of go with. We'll do that first. So we got to do these on both sides. Remember those little lines that I put for the bottom? This is going to actually help us with lining all the pieces up. Chat, we're in the home stretch. We just gotta put everything together. Honestly, if I can't get the ears to work, what I might end up doing is I might just end up ladder stitching them on, similar to what we did for the pygmy plush. So it's not really too much of an issue if it doesn't work. But we'll find out how much space I've got. Charlotte, do either. I love just yapping. Oh, I've got to switch back to white thread. I'm still in gray. I forgot. Oh, and I made a mess. Oh, you can't see it. Okay, we're fine. Oh, yeah, we're fine. All right, let's take this off. I dropped my thread. All right, I'm getting that later. Let's put the white back on here. Oh, damn it. What I think I might want to do for the future, if I end up keeping using this box, is I might have, like, a spot designated. So I may draw on the physical box where I should position the camera. If I didn't have to put it away, I would make some clips or something for it, but I don't think that there is a way to. So then I could just clip it in place, and then we would just move the box, etc. Hold on. God damn it. Alright. Got it. Uh-oh. Alright, I've wrapped it around itself, but now it's fixed. Alright, I could put you away. And I could put you away. And I can put you away. I'm also a serial put things away as much as I can so I have more space. So, chat. We've got all these little divots everywhere that we've got to put together. So these are darts. And what this is going to do is this is going to create that bulbous shape that we saw from the pygmy plush earlier. So I have to do this at the top for both sides, and I have to do this at the bottom for both sides. And then those little divots that were on the bottom piece that we cut out earlier, those are all going to match up. I'm stuck! Let go. Got it. Okay. We already did the one. That's the one that's under the belly. I probably could have just stitched the belly on and then put the little divot on. It probably would have given it a little bit of a better shape, but I didn't want to risk it puckering, especially because that's a lot of fabric to sew through. Because that's like 2 giant layers of fabric to go through, which would then be doubled, so it would be 4 layers of fabric to go through. And sometimes my machine does not like it. At all. Alright. I'll clean all this up at once. Oh, this one fell out. Okay, let's do this again. So, I like lining up my pin on either side to which way it goes. And then I can kind of fold it to where it needs to go to find out where. So at the end of these darts, these little divot, little triangle pieces, you want to kind of roll it into itself so that it looks a little bit softer. You don't want it to kind of jut with the way that you're sewing. So you always want to kind of go at a curve. You don't want to go straight up and down. What'll happen is it'll actually stick out. It'll get kind of like a funky pucker, and you don't want that. You want it to be a gradual change. And now I've got all this extra fabric that I can trim in all of these little corners, which will help reduce some of the bulk so it'll go through the machine easier. You don't have to. You don't, especially if you have one of the higher end machines, but I do not. My machine works exactly for what I need it to, which is basic stuff. It goes through minky really well, but it's not going to go through, like, denim. It's not going to go through leather, etc., etc. Marine vinyl. It's going to eat it, and it's going to hate it. Machines are very particular. They like certain things. But if I need to do something thin and, like, flowy like a silk, this machine's good for it. And there we go, chat. So now we've got that bulbous shape already just from making those. So that's what those do. Alright, so let's do that over here on the other side. I already started one. I have so much thread all over me. Oh my god. My poor roommate already came through here and ran the vacuum, and he's gonna have to do it again, and I feel bad. I'm also gonna have to shake off. I might have to go outside and shake off. Like, this white, for some reason, really sheds a lot. The other ones will shed too, but it's never really this bad, especially for something this small. And it's in my hair. Get out. Alright, I think I got it. I don't have enough hair anymore to pull all of it in a ponytail, so it's hanging down. And actually next week I think I'm gonna get more of it cut off, but I'm not sure yet. Alright, then we've got a part up here. And like this. There we go. But chat, it's starting to get late. I know a lot of you guys are probably going to be booking it here soon. I do appreciate everybody that's been here. I'm not streaming it all this weekend. So if you guys got to go, I understand. I'll see you guys sometime next week. I am going to take a day off because I do have an appointment super early. And I don't know how long it's going to be because we got to figure some stuff out. But for the most part, chat, it should be pretty decent. It should be a very fun week. And then I think the week after that, I think is when I'm going to take a couple of days off. I'm going to do some traveling. I got to go see somebody important. And, we'll go from there. And, I think I'm going to take an extra day off just so I could sew. So I've got some projects to get ahead on. And like I said, it's no fault of you guys. But if I'm doing those on stream, people are going to show up. And they're going to be like, oh my god, you're doing this for so-and-so? Let me go tell them. Or they just hop in and then they ruin it. That too. Alright. So we'll push this in. Alright. Chat, one more. Just one more. Just one more. I think this will probably be like a normal time stream. I think we'll probably be able to finish this in the next 2 hours, so. Alright. And next divot. There we go. So chat, now we did the same thing on the other side. So now we have another bulbous shape. It's gonna look better once it's stuffed. Alright, so we'll do the same. We'll cut all this extra bulk in here, because we don't need it. Clip all the stray threads. And clip that. And clip that. And that, and that. There we go. Alright, much better. So, taking a look at this now, I don't know how to put in the ears. Everything else, though, we're gonna attach after the fact, so let's figure that out. So, tail goes on after, wings go on after. Okay. Let's take off some of this. God damn it, and these brand new gloves are coming apart. Stop it. Okay. These go on after. This goes on when these two pieces are going together. We're gonna leave one section of it open so that I can stuff it. Okay. Ear time. Let's see. So, this ear is gonna go here. So I wonder if I just position it like this. Because it does have to go down a little bit so that the accent sits here. So I think it's going to be something like this. Oh, we're cooking. We're cooking. I think I got it. No, you can't see that. It's so bright. And it's coming from my window. Maybe I'd have to get curtains. I think I have to get curtains. I'm sorry, chat. You just have to trust me. I wonder if I do that. Is that better? Oh, that's even worse. Is that better? No. Damn it! Chat, just trust me. Just trust me, it looks good. Just trust. Just trust, I swear. Okay. So, I wonder if I could just put these together as is and not sew this down if it'll look better, because I don't want it to be too bulky. So, let's put on this ear as well. I'm going to try and match it with this one, because it's this far over. So if I could try and get it to match where the edge is of the ear, I should be able to get this to match the other side. Maybe. I think this might be too bulky. I think I may have to do it after. Alright. Chad, I think we're gonna have to do it after. Actually, how far up is this supposed to go? I wonder if I trim it, maybe? Then I'm gonna lose that fold. Hold on. Because we didn't need any of the rest of that. So now hold on. So if I put this here, this is a little smaller. So we cut off an entire section that we don't need. So if I go back in here and I place this, is this better? That actually might be better. So hold on. Let's do it like this. Let's do a quick stitch here. So this is just a temporary basting stitch. I can always rip this out if we need to. And it's typically going to be outside where you are going to be sewing, as you can see, just so it kind of holds it in place so that I could flip this up and we could take a look. That's not bad. That's definitely not bad. I think we could work with that. Okay, so let's do the same. Let's trim this down. Okay, come on. There's a lot of bulk here because it's folded over. Okay. So we'll do the same. We'll set this over here. And if I pin this fold, because I'm holding it with my fingers so it doesn't come apart, so I know this is the original fold, I should be able to do another basting stitch, which should go all the way down over here. Okay. Is it not moving? Ah, there's too much stuff there. Okay. Sometimes the walking foot will get stuck. So you'll see I have to stop what I'm doing and I have to pick up my foot. Not my foot, but like the foot in the machine. And I have to kind of pivot it to get rid of all that excess bulk. Okay. What do we think? I think this one needs to be higher up, potentially. Actually, no, that should work. That's about the same thickness in between. That's about a thumb. I think this needs to go down lower. Alright, basting stitch did not work on the second one. Let's do that again. So this needs to go up higher, and it needs to move because the little accent is still sticking out. So let's pull this off, and let's try that again. Come on. Ooh, it's really stuck. Trying to destroy all of this thread. Alright, well. We should still be able to get this done within 2 hours, chat. Alright, there we go. Sometimes if you snag the right bit of thread, you should be able to pull it a little bit. as we go, I'm going to try grabbing this fold and hold it. So that I know this is where this fold is for this ear. Okay, a little bit more. Just so I don't lose it again. Alright, there we go. And I've got the fold, so we're good. Now I just need to bring this up higher. So I sewed it down here. I need to sew it a little higher. Because unfortunately there isn't as much fabric on this side when I cut it. So it's a little harder for me to place it and it match the other side. So we're going to do this again. This is why it's just a basting stitch. It's just a temporary stitch put in. So if I, with this fold, taking a look at both sides, that should be there, that should be there. I'm going to pull this up a little more. And I'm going to pull the ear down a little. Alright, I think this should be right now. So let's go ahead and sew this down once more. And once again, it's just outside of where it is that we're going to be stitching the two pieces later. Come on. Come on, something is stuck again. And we don't want that. Okay. Alright, there it goes. It's finally going. It's very, very, very bulky. It's very, very, very bulky. This is why some people will just opt to not put it in there. And will instead just stitch the ear on after. Oh, that's much better. That's much, much better. Alright. Chat, now the fun part. We're gonna put the two sides together and hope that this comes out. Alright, let's do a little bit of cleanup. So here's the side. Here's the other side. We're gonna very carefully pin this. I wonder if it might be better to hand stitch this instead of putting it through, but let's see. Alright, so this end to this end over here. See, I like doing the machine stitching. It's easier to control when you're hand stitching, but the machine stitching is a little bit more taut. It's a little bit more professional looking, and it's a little stronger. So if I go to fill this, and it's super duper puffy and filled, sometimes seams will pop if it's hand sewn. So that's why I prefer to do the machine stitching as much as possible. Because I don't want to be stuffing this thing and everything just poof out. So it reinforces the seam a little bit better. And of course it's faster, but... Sometimes when you make one of these, you actually do kind of want the hand stitch looked. Depending. Because it just kind of looks a little softer. There is also different kinds of like fabric and such, and I know that this has been a big problem in the plush community, is some of the manufacturers are using different stretches and different thicknesses and stuff. So sometimes it's going to look a little bit more bulbous as a result, or it may stretch funkily, or it may end up being a little bit more flat. So if you machine stitch it, it'll kind of come out in a similar way. I had a friend that when I was growing up, she made me sorry, now they're they made a dragon plush pattern for me, and I did it all on the machine. And they were actually mad at me, and they're like, no, I made this for you to hand sew it. They were like, it looks better. It's gonna look so cute. I know, I hope. Oh, I hope so. I really, really hope so. I genuinely think if we want to make a bunch of these, I'll probably find somebody to be kind enough to vector me a face and we just throw it through the embroidery machine. It would probably be a hell of a lot faster. I probably wouldn't sell these, though, because I don't think that this original bulb pattern is commercially available. I don't think it is. I don't think that's what Tiff made it for. I think she made it so that people could make their own slimes, and here I am going, ooh, circle pattern! Used for everything orb! Alright, let's see if this will go through. Alright. Here's the bottom. I'm gonna start pulling out the pins, too, because they seem to get stuck. I don't want to deal with it. Sorry, I put the pin in my mouth because I'm a piece of shit. I had a roommate that used to get mad at me and was like, don't put pins in your mouth. You're gonna inhale them. Does the cat respond to his name? Absolutely not. He gets called Cat. I don't think he knows what his name is. His name is Cat, or he gets called Sir, or he gets called No Stop That. Or Asshole. Or Son. Or Piece of Shit. See? They just know their name is Cat. See, you're not gonna go up to a cat and be like, oh, come here, little Joopy. Like, no. You're gonna call it Cat. I had a dog like that, actually. My dad wanted to name him Smithers. And my mom was like, how are you gonna do a nickname for that animal? And we were like, I don't know. So he changed his name, so his name became Homer. So I think he was Smithers for like a month. We were like, do you call him Smithy? You just run outside and you're just like screaming at him, Smithers. Like, how stupid. Alright. Moment of truth, chat. Oh, ears? Ears? Ears. Ears! It's gonna look better once it's stuffed, I swear. But ears! I probably could have made these a little smaller. Had a dog named T.O.G., see? Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's trim all of this. I might need the industrial scissors because this is now a lot. Alright, trim that. And trim that. We'll trim the excess of the ear. It lays a little flatter. Like, I could take all of this and stuff it with it, or I could leave it. But it kind of keeps the malleable shape a little bit better, especially when you are stuffing it. Otherwise, it's a little bit too stiff. Alright. Pong responds to his name in Fanes. Ming doesn't respond at all. Yep, that sounds like a cat. I'm still trying to teach him how to flop. So this is the thing for it. So this is sit. This is come here. This is twirl. This is flop over. So we're still learning flop. He knows the action, and I push him over for it, so he knows how to do it. He's just being stubborn. He's just being very stubborn. So he responds to hand signals and the spoken stuff. So if there's ever a point where he starts losing his hearing, he already knows the hand signals too. Alright, let's trim this a little bit, because it's going to be very hard for sewing. I think this bit I'm going to hand sew. So I can make sure that this all lines up. Cats are extremely stubborn, but you know what? They figure it out. They respond well to treats. I'm trying to clean myself off too, because every time I move, more stuff gets stuck to me. Or it flies up. I'm gonna have to go out on the back porch and I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to go out on the back porch and go and, drop everything from me. Alright. So if we walk to the cabinet... Well, I mean, they still respond. It's still a response. He's also started realizing if we pull out the can opener, he's like, sometimes you guys feed me food from a can, and we have to be like, no, this isn't for you. Sorry, buddy. And he gets very upset about it. Alright, machine, you can go, actually, back here. So chat, we're officially done with the machine. Uh-oh, what is this? Some cruddle. Alright. Here's that. That can go away. This can get put away. I will probably need that later. Chat, we're back at the hand sewing part. Welcome to the most exciting bit. So I'm gonna do this. Hey! Chat, we've come to the fun part. So I'm gonna sew on the bottom. And then we're gonna stuff it. And then we're gonna sew all the pieces together, and then we're done. So, which way does the bottom of this minky go? So it goes this way. So chat, I want to put this top bit at the front so that all the minky goes the same way. I'm insane. So this top bit here is going to attach to this bottom here. And now all of this should match up. So this should match up to this divot. This should match up to this side. This should match up to this divot. This matches up to the back. So as long as if I keep my stitches fairly well centered and fairly well sized, I should be able to do all of this without pinning. I should. There's no guarantee, but I should. So, chat, maybe for next month, I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll do a bat. Because I do have to make some for the local kids. If you guys didn't hear last year, what I like doing is I like making a bunch of bats. But obviously I can't keep all of them. So, what I do is I make a whole bunch, and I used to sell them. And if they wouldn't get sold, by about Halloween, I would pass them out. So that then people could have bats. And I do kind of miss just making bats and stuff like that. So I think that'd be fun, is if we just get to sit here and just make some bats together. Alright, so we've met up with this first point here. Because I've met up with this point, I'm actually going to double stitch here a couple of times, just in case. So I'm going to go back over that same stitch that I just made, just to kind of reinforce it. It's a good point to do that periodically, and because it's right there, it's a good visual indication to me that, hey, this is a good point to double up your thread a couple of times. Because otherwise, because of this running stitch, if I pull on it, it'll pull all the fabric and it'll get pulled out of wonk, and it'll kind of go in a weird puckering fashion, so you don't want to do that. You don't want to have too far of a running stitch without some sort of an anchor, almost. Okay, here to here. But I miss making the bats and stuff, I really do. And I think I'm starting to get known for making these, because I did have a kid last year where the mom was like, yeah, we saw you last year, so we stopped by again. So I think kids are gonna riot if I don't have stuffed animals for them. Could I just go and buy a whole bunch of cheapo stuffed animals? Sure. Could I make them all fancy bats? Yes. See, people like them. People like the big ones, they like the small ones, they like the mini ones. Alright. I think we've met up over here. Let's pull this again. Alright. So we've met up at the next spot. This isn't too bad because there's only 8 of these and we're already up to number 2. And I'm going to flip everything around 7 because we do have to be able to get in here. However, this thread, I'm going to go ahead and knot. So this one I actually screwed up. This is actually 4 threads. So this is actually going to be stronger. Handmade by your favorite, not a frog. Christ. I do have, actually, I think it's in here. Maybe not. I have one of those little, you know, like handmade with love little things that I was going to put in as little tags. I just never did. I bought a spool of it, never did it. Okay. Oh, I snapped one of my nails. God damn it. No. Oh, I just fucking... Ah. God damn it. I just shoot it off the desk and I went, where did that come from? It's one of my nails, so I guess I have to do my nails this weekend. God damn it. Ah! I'm so mad. Well, I could pick out a different color, though. What's a good one for March? Maybe the fingernail? Man, why is it every time that I sew on stream, there's some problem? We keep breaking needles. Twice now, my fingers have fallen apart. To be fair, I've had these same, I've had this polish on for, I think, 2 weeks now. I've got a little bit of a gap, so it was bound to happen. And I did kind of hurriedly put it on, so it's not well done. In quotations. Oops. So, guess I've got to do my nails. You mess it up. I purposely put a thick amount of layers, and then I put a quick dry top coat on top, and it only takes about 5 minutes. So that then they're thick enough so it feels like gel without actually having to get gel, which can sometimes really fuck up your nails. It's like my own little hour to myself where I don't do anything but just sit and paint my nails. It's like my break time. Alright, so we're back in business. We got a new bit. Okay. So, keeping along the same path, trying to keep the stitching the same amount. As long as the 2 lines meet up on both sides, I know that I'm going to be even. So this is why I do this. So some people will actually draw the seam allowance, which would be out here. I draw where I'm actually going to be sewing, so I know exactly where every piece needs to meet. It helps me with, like, pieces like this, where then I don't have to pin it, because I know that as long as I move that line on both sides, it's going to come out the correct way that it should. There is some people that will get, like, the Cricut cut and stuff like that, and then you can actually cut the pieces to the proper scale and size and thing that you need. I unfortunately don't have one of those. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I could do it just as fast just cutting it. Now, if I was doing, like, tons and tons of bats, and I needed to cut like 50, 60 of them, sure, absolutely. But then I have to sit there and I have to hand put in all the pieces so that I have, like, how it's gonna cut and things like that, and then that's a whole other machine that I have to get. Alright, chat, not bad. Just a little bit more. See? We're getting there. I'm definitely gonna leave one of these sections open. Just so that I can make sure that we can stuff this pretty well. These are about 1 inch apart. What is that in millimeters? What is that in millimeters? It's about 2.5 centimeters. So there's enough space that I should be able to stick my fingers in there, or I could put my little hemostats in there so I could stuff. Chat, this also gives me the time to not get distracted. Instead, I have to finish a project. Because I'm very serially like, oh, I need to do this? Okay, let me get distracted just looking at fucking YouTube for the next 3 hours. Or, hey, I'm gonna watch somebody else. I'm just gonna sit here for the next 3 hours and just watch them and not work on the things that I'm supposed to. So, chat, not only do you guys get content, where you get to sit here and talk to me, I actually finish the things that I need to. In a record amount of time. I get very easily distracted, or I just don't want to do something, and I'll go, I should do this instead, and then I abandon whatever it is that I'm doing. So what this means is I need less projects that I can't do on stream. Oh, I fucked up. Oh no, that'll work. Okay, it just pulled it funny. I need less projects that are secret and more projects that I can work on. So, I think what I'm gonna do, because I did have somebody reach out, and our lovely Rin would like me to make a couple of stuffed animals for him, so I think I may end up doing that on stream. So I think that'll be fun. Alright, we hit the next spot. So I'm gonna double that up a couple of times, just in the same spot over and over, just to make sure that it knots correctly. And we're going to keep going along this entire line. Alright, and here, and over here, and here. Chat, this color honeydew always reminds me of Colgate toothpaste. I don't know why. I don't know why I bought it. I don't remember why. I bought a yard of it. And I never used it. So I'm glad it's getting used up. Alright, we've met up to the next notch. So we're going to do the same thing and just knot that a couple of times. Let me do it on this side. There's a piece of Minky stuck to my hair right in the vision. Get out of here. Oh my god. That really messed with my head. Chat, one of these days I'm going to take a picture of what I look like after we do one of these projects, and you guys are going to be astonished. Actually, now you could tell with the black gloves just how bad it is. Alright, next section. So what do we got? 2.5 more sections. Not bad, chat. I probably should have started from the back. But it's easier to meet up with the front. But now the little spot that I'm going to have that I have to close up is going to be in the front, but oh well. Oh, it is like cat hair. It's like cat hair, and I have a cat, so I have both cat hair and Minky to contend with. There was a joke a while ago where people were like, the people who make plushes when they have to get together and they're just hanging out on Discord. And they were just, the pictures that they picked were just like people who were so done from like Coraline. You know, the dad when he was typing a lot. And they just put like tons and tons of little pieces of Minky all over them. They just put, it looked like little confetti. And everyone laughed and they're like, oh my god, the Minky is so real. The fluff everywhere. It's so fucking real. It's so truly amazing. Just how much of this exact experience we all have. And we know that we've probably inhaled it. We know that it's going to be everywhere. We know that we're going to be wearing it. We know it's going to be all over our hands, in our hair. It's just going to be every fucking place imaginable. I had that once with a fabric as well. It was a crepe fabric, and it's typically used in, like, clothing and things like that. It was for my Rosen Maiden cosplay many, 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 many years ago. I one time was finding it in so many spots. I actually opened up my disc tray of my laptop at the time when I was away at school, and I found a piece of it. Hi, Proton. No donkeys. We did talk about the fact that I will make another donkey and chat gets to pick all the colors and stuff, but that's eventually. That's not yet. This is Riley Snoof, which I should be done hand sewing the bottom, and now we can start stuffing. Hold on. So if I knot this a couple of times, let's see. So what I do is I go through and I start to pull the loop, and then I put my needle back through that exact loop and it knots it. So Luna, if you're still there, this is a good way to also knot your fabric. So here's the loop as if I'm going through normally. I put my needle through it and pull, and it knots. Alright, let's do the same thing. Let's trim this. So let's trim all this Colgate blue. Okay. See, this is nice because it's a nice small plush, so it's easier to do. Alright, I can't get through that. It's too many layers of fabric. We gotta bring out the big scissors. Okay. We'll trim that. Trim over here. Trim that. Trim all of this. And there we go. All right, let's see if we can pull this little thing apart. And after we stuff it, we'll do the bounce against the wall test to make sure nothing falls apart. Oh, there's Minky in my nose. Alright, I'm gonna get up. Because I have to get some stuffing anyway. I'm gonna shake off. Try and get as much of this out of my hair as possible. Okay. Oh, and I can grab the thread that I dropped. Hold on. Alright. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Somehow. Oh, I ran over my cord. Okay, nope, I ran it over with the other leg. Oh my god. Come on. Okay. Alright, let's put away 817. Okay. Chad, it's snowing! It's snowing in my fucking office. Oh my god. It's everywhere. Oh my god, it's on my microphone. It's on my cord. It's all over me. It's on my pants. It's on my socks. Can we eat it? No. Close the window, thanks. I'll take that advice. Alright, it's in my hair. Let's try and get this as much out of my hair as possible. I'm gonna have to brush my hair later. I got static electricity. Okay, that's metal. Alright. Okay. Alright, this might be enough, but we'll see. Okay. Alright, chat. Now for the fun part. Also, for all of you guys hanging out, thank you. I appreciate it. I know this isn't my normal type of content, so I know for some of you it's not very exciting. Okay. We're back. Chat. If you've been sitting here this entire time, please stop for a second, drink a whole bunch of water. Alright, that's better. Alright, chat. Let's flip the correct side out. And let's see what we've got. So we're gonna sneak in. I'm gonna grab the ear. Actually, let's grab the middle. Let's try pulling. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might have made this a little too well. I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull everything through here. Doesn't seem to want to. Come here, ear. Alright, we've got the ear. Okay. It's a little finagly. Oh, oh. 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 Alright, we've got some stray threads that I'm gonna have to get rid of first. Okay. Thread, go away. Okay. Alright, we're cooking. Okay. There we go. So now we know the bottom has that honeydew Colgate. Yay! Yay! We got the whole thing. Alright. Chat, let's get stuffing. I'm definitely gonna have to use the hemostats for this, unfortunately, because it's such a small opening. It's friend-shaped. It's definitely a creature. Okay, fortunately we don't have to stuff the ears. The ears are gonna stay as is. I'm hoping I won't need all of this stuffing, but I'd rather have more than not enough. Oh my god, I can't. This opening is so small. I really did this to myself. Okay. We're just gonna keep going as much as possible. Nope. I missed. Nope. Keep going. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We have shape. We have shape. Okay. Yeah. It takes 4 steps. I know. This is the best way to do it. I hate to say it. It really is. Alright. Take all of this. I'm gonna try and stuff this as much as we did the pygmy one. I think this is a different size, chat. I think this came out smaller, and I don't know why. I think I might have upscaled the other one. How much of that? This is like 2 or 3 handfuls sitting here, and we're already getting to the first one. This whole first one was the first bit that I put here. Okay. Alright, I'm getting a little bit of tugging, so that we might... No, I definitely need more. Alright. No, I definitely need more. No. Oh my god, this thing is gonna be plump as shit. Oh, come on. Alright, well this is the whole first handful. Come on. Alright, I might have tried to shove too much in. Chad, it could still take more. Hold on, let me shove in more. I want this to be fairly thick. Like, I want it to be like kickball, like type of stuffed. You know, like when you overinflate it and it's more bouncy. I want it like that so that all of these seams will be very soft. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting a little bit more football shaped. He's a little lopsided, but he's very cute. He's definitely gonna need some brushing. Oh, chat. I think I may use all of this stuffing that I pulled. I think he's gonna need all of it. Okay. Let's shove some more. Chat, I may run out of stuffing. I may have to go get more. Oh, God. Chat, this is so deceptive. Like, it's so small, but it needs so much. Okay. Chat, let's put some more. Because there's definitely some room for improvement. I don't know where it's all going. I don't know where it's going. There's so much. Oh, no. Oh, chat. Chat, there's still more room for more. Chat just disappeared. Holy Christ. Alright, well. How are we looking? I could rearrange some more to be on this side. Because this side is a little flatter. So I'm going to take the hemostats. I'm going to try and shove some more over there by continuously opening and closing it and grabbing more and pushing it. We're going to do the same thing up here. Chat, there's more space. I may end up using all of this. I think I'm going to end up using all of this. Okay. More has disappeared. Alright. Let's keep going. Oh. Hold on, let me try shoving it over here. There's definitely more room in the front. Okay. Alright. We needed 2 3/4, I think. I think this will be it. I think this is about as much stuffing as we can get in here. Okay. Chat. He's a little emaciated down here. Chat, I think we got it. I think I could squish him pretty well. I probably could have made the ears a little bit better. They're a little lopsided, but I think that's fine. Alright. I think I can finally close this up. I think this is as much stuffing as I think I would feel comfortable. This is all that's left. What? That entire mountain of stuffing has gone into this small creature. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll close him up really quick with a quick ladder stitch up here. So we're gonna go in. And we're gonna pop out. We're just gonna ladder stitch it. And what that's gonna do is this entire raw edge is gonna get shoved inside, so you're not gonna see it by doing it like this. So we're just creating essentially the rungs of the ladder, and as we go, we kind of shove that in a little bit, and it's gonna pull, and it's gonna disappear inside, so no one will know. And there we go. So now I'm going to knot this a couple of times. So I'm just going to go back and forth. We're going to do the same thing. Put our needle through that loop. It's going to create that knot. Do it once more, just for good measure. Okay. I'm going to take my needle and I'm going to bury it. So it's going to bury the end of the thread. Come back out a little ways. And we're going to pull. So now I don't have to cut that thread. And instead it's safely inside. And there we go, little kooky looking Snoof. I've got some of these threads that need trimmed. And there we go. Yeah, close them up real quick. It kind of is at a certain extent. Biblically accurate. Oh, Christ. That is not how I would describe this. Alright, really quickly, before we continue, let's make sure that he's all nice and brushed. And what that's going to do is everything's going to look better. So especially in these seams and things, all the little bits of stuffing and floof and the nap and everything, those will get stuck in there. So by brushing it out, it's going to look a hell of a lot better. Okay. We'll do the same thing up here. And down here. And you see how we could see all these little hard lines over here from where I sewed? We're going to do the same thing. It's going to make it look much softer and better. So just go at it a couple of different ways, in different variations, and you're just going to naturally pull it out of that seam, and it's going to look so much better. Alright, so now we got to attach all the little pieces that we made, such as the wings, the tail. Is it just the wings and the tail that's left? Oh my god. It's just the wings and the tail that's left because I already attached the ears. Chat, we're getting there. And there we go. Looking much better. The mouth's a little sideways. Let's see if I can pick that so it looks better. Oh, that looks much better already. So yes, I think if I did another one, I would probably convince somebody to vector me the face and then just throw it through my machine, honestly. Because then what I could also do is sew down the entirety of the belly and probably do this entire front bit just completely as is. And not have to do any of it by hand. But yeah, there we go. Alright, so next we've got to put the tiny wings, which are going to go somewhere around here. So let's go ahead and ladder stitch those on. And like this. Oh. Oh, hold on. Also, chat, for those of you wondering, this is not going to be going on YouTube. I think I accidentally marked that it is, but I typically don't do the sewing ones on there. So, chat, this will be here for the next 2 months, so no worries. Technically, we had a double stream yesterday, so it's fine. And I'm not uploading the one from Monday either. So, today's video should have been the one from Tuesday. Alright. So we're going to place you... See, I could have put it in the side, but then it would have covered over the ear, so I kind of don't want that. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sneak my thread in here so that the knot is covered up by shoving that into that little opening that we have. Let's get most of that tail gone. All right. And we're going to pull this on. Now I know exactly where this is. I'm going to go ahead and pin it. So that's where it ends up. Really quickly. This one might be a little bit too long in comparison. Are you too long? It's a little longer, but it should be fine. You won't see it from afar. So now I want to try and match this one over to this one. So let's go ahead and tack this down with another ladder stitch. So I'm just going to put a couple of stitches here and there. It's not going to be a lot, because otherwise you're going to see all of my stitching, and we don't want that. So just like we did creating the little rungs of the ladder, we're going to do that in between all these pieces. So we're going to do the same thing for the tail as well. And that's going to attach all of these little pieces, but the wings are first. So this should be fairly well tacked on. I'll do another one over here at the top just so it kind of holds its shape. Fortunately, the wings aren't that big, so I didn't actually have to add any kind of like tacking stitch or anything like that. It's going to keep its shape relatively well this way. Oh no, I sewed myself! Oh, fuck. Aw, damn it. My brand new gloves. Oh, shit. Can I get this? Hold on. This might be better. Damn it! I really sewed through myself. But yeah, you can see the compression actually works. So you can see I got the lines everywhere. That's true. It was not my fingertip. But god damn it. Now I have to cut into my new gloves. This is the problem with the other ones, was I had like little holes everywhere where I would accidentally sew into my gloves. They put themselves in. I don't want myself in. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no. Just sweat and tears, no blood. Okay. We'll go ahead and knot this off. I did it again! Let me go! Okay, that one I can pull. And knot it. Do the same thing. We're gonna put the thread back in. We're gonna bury it before we cut it. And there we go. Chat, one wing! One wing! No, 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 not souls. No, no, no. This is not a cursed artifact. This is just a snoof. This is just a snoofle. Why does a donkey need wings? We're not making donkeys. It does not need wings. This is a snoof. I'm not making any more donkeys. We gotta hit some goals first. I'm also hoping that we just don't hit those goals, but I know you guys. Alright. Wing number 2. Let's do the same thing. So I'm going to bury it inside the wing. I'm gonna go to the back side, though. Because apparently we hate otters. No, hi, otter. No, no, no. We're making a snoof. Look, it's a snoof. It's one of Riley's snoofs. Because it's Riley's birthday. There we go. That chair is very expensive, but I'm hoping to never buy another chair again. I know the hat comes off. I'm so excited. Chat, if you didn't see, I've been talking about this periodically. Riley's doing a birthday stream today, and Riley's hat's gonna come off. So it's gonna be another variation. It's like when you guys like eating my hat. It's like that. But the other thing that we had for the goals is if we do fundraise for an iPhone for me to use for tracking, I'll make a needle felt one as well. But that chair is very expensive because I'm hoping it'll last the next 20, 30 years. Yeah, we have, that... They have to fail at some point? Oh, no, I'm gonna take care of this fucking chair. I'm gonna take care of this fucking chair. You don't understand. I'm gonna take care of this fucking thing. I will duct tape it if I need to. I will commission somebody to weld it if I need to. I'm keeping this chair for the fucking... Do I not sitting in it? Thanks. Oh, chat, we have another wing. It's a little lopsided, but it should be okay. Let me see if I can kind of get this to go down a little more. By going over here. Okay, that's better. Chat, wings! Now give it a gun. I'm not giving it a gun. Oh, chat, I forgot to put the little butt crack on the back. Ah, shit. Ah, shit, I forgot. Oh, I'd have to rip the whole thing apart. I wonder if I could do embroidery thread. And just hand put it on. Chat, wings! Actually, let me see if I could even... I might be able to. Yeah, I should still be able to. Chocolate starfish. No, no, no. Riley wants a crack. Not a starfish, the full-on crack. I might be able to take embroidery thread and hand do it myself. Riley does want it to have cheeks. Oh, boy. That's fine. I'll take some gray thread. I remember thinking that, too. I was like, oh, I could just take the gray that I already have and just put that on, and then I just didn't do it. So I'll take some embroidery thread and just do it. Can't be caught off guard! Christ. I want to say the sewing streams make us more feral, but I think we're always feral. I think we just always are. Okay. It's the lack of donkeys. I don't think it is. Oh, Chad, I'm gonna have to stretch after this. I'm gonna stretch out on the couch. It's gonna be real nice. Alright. So once again, we're gonna bury the thread. And I'm going to ladder stitch closed this tail. Because I did have to flip it inside out. And in order for me to do that, I did have to have this open. So. God, did I have a knot here? Oh, no, it's just being difficult. Okay. There we go. So there's a little bit of that thread still sticking out. So let's go ahead and trim that. Okay. Thank you, Critter. Everybody stretch and drink water. Ugh. Gonna watch anything? No, I'm probably gonna do my Animal Crossing dailies. That's what I'm probably going to do. Animal Crossing. I know how I am. No, Critter's in charge of cooking today. Now that he has no more stitches, he could go back to, cooking and stuff. I don't have to do anything. And technically, I already got a project done today, so I don't feel as bad if I don't get anything else done. However, the rest of the weekend, I do have to finish 2 things, for sure, and then I have to get started on another one. That's this whole bag that's next to me, which is, some VTuber dolls that I said I would get done by the end of March. So I've got to get some work done. So this is why I kind of like having my weekends. Oh no, I got a knot. This is why I kind of like having my weekends to myself, because I could just get a bunch of stuff done. I think I really knotted that. God damn it. I wonder if I can like sneak that in here and not cut the thread. Hold on. Chat, don't say anything. Shh. Chat, nobody will know. No one will know. If I just hide it in here and shove it back into the seam. It worked. It worked, chat. And we'll close this one up by doing the same thing. Well, no. Why are you doing this to me? We're so close to being done. Okay, knotted. And let's bury the thread. Actually, I think I should be able to use the same thread. Hold on, let's attach this. Let's attach this exactly as is. Hold on. How will they know? They'll know because they watched. Riley will know. Eve will tell Riley. Alright, tail. So, chat, we needed to go this way. I ain't no stitch? Good. Thanks. So, let's take some pins. Let's pin this down so we know where we've got to stitch as well. Oh, chat, you can see it from the back. Oh, chat, look. It's working. Our pattern actually works. If anything, this is just like the prototype. most good, like, stuffed animal people will make, like, a proper prototype. And then, that's why a lot of their prices are so expensive. Is because they're technically making it twice, sometimes 3 times, sometimes 4 times before it looks amazing. I don't think Riley wants this to be, like, $20,000 quality, like some of the Pokemon plushes that get made. Alright, so I'm going all the way around the entirety of the tail. And then what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to stitch all the way through here. I don't think I have to put any tacking stitches. So we're just going to go all the way around. Once again with that ladder stitch. So create the rungs of the ladder. Go exactly to the side of where you just were. Okay. So that's all that bit. Now I'm going to start doing this for this little back bit, so it'll be a little bit more hidden with all of these stitches. Okay. And do the same thing through here. So this is going to hide more of that ladder that's going around. So as you can see, you can kind of see the stitches here. I could always use the little brush to get rid of that. Now you're not going to see it as we keep going around. So, keep ladder stitching this whole way. Uh-oh. No, I got it. Alright. Up through here. Same thing. We're only going to go through this back piece that you're not even going to see. Keep going up. So now I can pull this, and I can pull that. So I know exactly where we are. Let's keep going up. Pull that. And that. So now this is the entire back bit, so this should stand up. Because it's so small and so thin, and it doesn't have as much weight to it. Now, if I wanted to, I do have some... It's a special kind of interfacing that's really thick, and it's foam. And it'll give... Oh, damn it, not again. Oh, we're good. It'll give a little bit more structure to it, but because we're doing something soft, I don't think it needed it. For some tails that are really big, I'll do it, like especially on the dolls and stuff, because those are much bigger. And you do need them to have a structure. This one, because it's so small, we didn't need to. Oh, come on. Thread, what are you doing? There's a tiny knot. Alright, I think I got it. Not now, we're almost done. It's literally just the tail, and then I'm gonna embroider the butt crack by hand. Alright, we just gotta finalize up to where we started, which is just right here where my finger currently is. And... knot. We'll pull that. And we'll do an extra safety knot just in case. Alright. And let's bury the thread. Chat, guess what? Minus the butt crack, we're done. Chat, we have done the thing. We have made the snoof. Chat, we have done it. Let's see if I can clean up. Let me put everything away. Alright, chat. You guys are gonna move a little bit. Sorry, it's gonna be a little earthquakey. Hi, chat. Chat, we're done. Actually, wait. If I do this... Oh. Oh! Chat, I'm smart. I wonder if I could... Hold on, I've got another box. Sorry, we're a little sideways. Chat! It's done! Chat, we did it! Chat, we did the thing! Look at that! There we go. Chat, we have done it. We have created something from nothing. From literally paper. Chat, we did it! Happy birthday, Riley. I made you a very squished Snoof. Happy birthday. It's very squishy. It's definitely, I'd say, about palm size. So it's like the perfect size. This is exactly what was wanted. So there you go. Yeah, only 5 pounds of fucking polyfill. This thing is so firm. Chat, look how firm. Look at this. So here we've got the tail back here. So that is attached. It's kind of floppy. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to clean this up a little bit. We've got the backs of the ears. They're a little... I probably would have done the fold a little differently. I probably wouldn't have had as much bulk over here. But the bat wings are fine. They worked out pretty well. Chat, we did it. We did it. We did the whole project. We did everything from the drafting of the pattern to the finishing of the pattern. All today. In how long has this been? In about 5.5 hours. I'd say success. I'd say very much so success. So, chat, we did it. We did it. We did the thing. Chat, I guess I'm going to go and fix the butt crack off stream. Because I fucked that up. So what I'm gonna do is, if you've never seen, you can actually, like, especially like old style plushes and stuff like that with their little noses and stuff, they'll take embroidery floss and they'll hand embroider it. So that's not gonna be as fun. I'm gonna do that because I hate doing it. So I'm gonna fight with it. So I'm probably gonna redo it a couple of times. So chat, I think this works out. Chat, we did it! Chat, we did the thing. Chat, we made the whole thing from start to finish. Yay! Thank you, everybody that's been here. This has been a ton of fun. If you guys were here the entire time, especially go and get some rest and stuff. But if you guys showed up halfway through, if you guys came here from the raids or anything like that, you guys can watch the entire VOD here on Twitch. Unfortunately, I'm not going to put it on YouTube. I don't really put a lot of the art stuff on YouTube, so this is just going to be for us. So, chat, yay! We did it. We did the whole thing. So, if you guys have not already, let me go ahead and do some of these while we're sitting here. Chat, first of all, you guys do need to go and follow Riley. It is her birthday today, so she is going to be doing a birthday stream here a little bit later. Unfortunately, I need to go. I'm tired. But we finished the entirety of the Snoof for her. So this is my way of kind of like being like, hey everybody, it's Riley's birthday, go over. So everybody go drop a follow if you have not already. Also, chat, we got a couple of raids today. So chat, if you guys did not already, please go drop a follow for Simon, who was kind enough to drop everybody off. And we also need one for Marshmallow as well, who was kind enough to drop everybody off. And thank you, Nick, for the gifted sub as well. What else happened today? Yeah, then we got the gifted sub. All right, chat. Let's do one for Marshmallow. Huh? Did it work? No. Hold on. Wait, is it no W? It's no W. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Don't follow that one. That one's not right. Hold on. It's so hard on mobile. It's so bad. Channel not found. God damn it. Hold on. What did I fuck up? Can I copy it? Chat, can I copy it? Chat, why can't I copy it? Oh, because it's flappy. Wow. Chat, I'm a mess. Aha! Third time's the charm! I did it, chat. I had hopped into the stream earlier. Marshmallow was doing a whole bunch of really fun RimWorld stuff. So, chat, feel free to go and drop a follow. So, thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm glad that we were able to finish a whole project. So, we'll come back to this next month with more sewing. So, chat, I will not be here the rest of this weekend. It is a normal weekend. So I'm gonna go get a whole bunch of stuff done. I am getting some stuff done for the stream as well. So you guys may see some updates on Monday. We'll see. And, yeah. I'll put out the schedule on Sunday, and if you guys are not in the Discord, I am starting to put it on Blue Sky, and I'm putting a link here as well. So at any point, if you guys want to know the schedule, you guys could just do !schedule and see a copy of it. So there you go, chat. So thank you everybody for being here. This was a lot of fun. I don't know what we'll do next month. I think probably either the axolotl or the lizard, and we'll go from there. Yay! Yay! But chat, later on, please make sure to go and drop a follow for Riley and say hi during the birthday stream. I'm gonna take some nice pictures, I'm gonna send it over, and we'll go from there. So thank you everybody for being here. Thank you everybody that was here, thank you everybody that left halfway through, and let's see who I can raid. Let's see if I could do it from here. Nope, I can't. Alright, chat, I'm gonna go to a quick ending screen. I'm gonna find somebody to raid and we'll go from there. So chat, I will see you guys bright and early on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye. I'm trying to get up. It's so hard, chat. I'm trying. Hold on.